that it actually might have come from Mr. Biya. Look, it's important. I say this because it's important we know and follow this very closely. If Mr. Biya is in a position where he's no longer capable of running, where they cannot hide it anymore, he cannot run the country anymore, then there's a serious problem. They're going to want to go by the constitution, and then we might have a situation where Mr. Nyat, the second in line, is called upon to run the country and organize elections. And if Mr. Nyat, who, as is incapable right now, totally, and Mr. Kabayeye is incapable. All the three top people in the country are totally out of any capacity to run anything. So we've got a problem in the country right now, beyond the problem we have of the elections not being, not the results of the elections not being implemented. So there's that. There's also the fact, you heard, you must have heard of the impeachment effort by Olivier Dillet, the professor, who, asked for this to happen, wrote to the Constitutional Council with very clear arguments, and the Constitutional Council made it clear they're totally incompetent to run that. So you wonder why such a council was created. I just want to say that this program is being broadcast on a multiplicity of platforms. It's probably reaching somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000 people. So just so you know that. And finally, I want to say this. Chiroma is doing very well. President Chiroma is doing very well. He's working diligently. As a matter of fact, I'm told he's very, very active, I'm told, because, I'm in touch with the team on the ground. He is very concerned about what we all refer to as the Northern Purge. The fact that most of the people being arrested are from the North. I mean, I want to throw this all out so you see what it is that is really driving us to do what we're trying to do. We cannot have a country that acts this way. He will be returning to Cameroon. He will be returning to Cameroon. We're working diligently to have that happen, working on a multiplicity of fronts, the diplomatic front, the legal, and then, of course, the diaspora that we are. We're working to ensure that all of this comes together and Mr. Chiroma can be in Cameroon in good time. So I want to stop there. I know we're all in a rush. Good news is we've got some amazing people. I must welcome someone, I don't know how they pulled it off, but how they got Achille Mbembe to be with us today is amazing. So thank you, Judith and Nagella. And Chris Fomunyoh is also here. He's my brother who lives next to me here, but I never see him. So wonderful to have you guys all here. Jean-Bruno, merci beaucoup. Je suis très content que tu sois là. On en parlera tout à l'heure. J'aimerais vraiment te joindre après. Okay. And of course, my friend Ben Modo is also here. So, well, I shouldn't give out the secrets. So I'll pass it on back to Array, and then you can bring in the team. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Eric. Like it has been said, we're going to have a really exciting program here today, and I will be turning this over to Judith, who has been coordinating all of this. Judith is an integral part of Project C, but professionally she works at the World Bank, leading the team responsible for contracts and vendor management, procurement, logistics, and PMO for global IT network and infrastructure engineering. Judith holds an MBA from the London Business School, a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Enugu State University in Nigeria, and a MSc in civil and structural engineering from the University of Sheffield in the UK. She is an MCIPS member of the Starter Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply. She's a member of Project C, which I mentioned, obviously, part of our think tank and strategy group, a movement of Cameroonians in the diaspora working to empower citizens with the aim of fostering peaceful and democratic transition in Cameroon. She's also one of the founding members of the Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiations, an organization of Cameroonian professionals at home and abroad dedicated to contributing constructively to end the armed conflict in the English-speaking regions of Cameroon through advocacy and inclusive mediated dialogue. She's equally a steering member of the Cameroon Humanitarian Relief Initiative, helping thousands of refugees in Nigeria and IDPs and political prisoners in Cameroon. Judith will be coordinating the show today. So I'll turn this over to Judith Nwana.
Right. Hope you can hear me loud and clear. And greetings, everybody. Welcome. So first of all, apologies if I move my focus on you from side to side. As Are says, I'm doing the coordination, so I have a few screens open. But welcome, everybody. And we are really, really so happy to have you here. So before we start, I'm going to do a few ground rules and house rules. So as mentioned earlier by everybody else, this is going to be live streamed on a lot of platforms. Shout out to Mimi Mefo for all the help and Kingsley in the background. So we are going to be sharing those links once the streaming starts. Eli mentioned earlier, everybody has come in on mute. You cannot share a video for security reasons, but we have Eugenie and Annette in the background who are helping to collate any questions or comments that we think need to be surfaced. So we will be making sure that we have those brought forward during the whole panel discussion. So we are going to welcome our panelists. And I'm just going to work with Eli to make sure that all our panelists are co-hosts as we start. So Eli, just so we do some sanity check, we need to have Ben Modo as a co-host. I don't know if he has joined yet. I don't think so. I don't see him, but once he joins, we will do that. So we need Achille as a co-host. We need Rebecca. We need Ben Modo. We need Chris Fomunyoh. We need Armelle Mbappe, Ben and Ngalim. I'm just going through if all of them are co-hosts yet.
I just a little tip, if you're in with another name, please go ahead and message us the name you have on so we can give you co-host. So if your name is not showing as called, we can do that also. But the names that you've given so far who are here.
Is Chris Fomunyoh a co-host already?
Yes, he is.
Okay. So Armelle Mbappe, Bernard, there should be Bernard as well. There should be Bernard, there should be Jean-Bruno, and then Nagella and Herman.
Okay, great.
Jean-Bruno.
I think Bernard is who we do not see. And I know that
he says Bernard Ngalim. You see for Bernard Ngalim.
Bernard is here.
Okay, great. So, and if I don't get that, one of our people helping in the background, Annette, you may catch that.
And then Jean-Bruno.
Okay, very good. I see Jean-Bruno. Oh, him. And I think once you made co-host, you can go ahead and come on camera and also unmute yourself if you will.
Jean-Bruno and Chris Fomunyoh. I don't think I see
Chris
them.
is already a host, co-host. Yeah.
No, Chris Fomunyoh is not a co-host. He can't unmute himself.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Chris Fomunyoh.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Do we have somebody by Contimi?
I don't know. Yes, we need to drop that person.
Okay. Okay, great. Let me. Okay, very good.
And then Jean-Bruno.
Oh, let's see that. Perfect. Okay. So if you're a panelist, if you would go ahead and put yourself on camera, that would be great. Thank you so much. And if you want to unmute yourself also, that way, especially getting on camera, so we know we have you. Thank you so much. And yes, hey, Becky. All right. Anybody else that we're missing that's not on camera, Judith?
No, I think
Bernard is here. Awesome. Okay. And
Achille is here.
Achille is here. Perfect. Who else? Jean-Bruno is here. Okay. Very good. Okay, and just so we repeat this one more time, I know that the numbers are piling up. This, as we get started, Judith gets started, just remember that nobody, we're all coming in muted for security reasons. We understand what that means. And we're coming in muted and we're coming in not able to be on camera. And of course, for better communication and so we can really have a productive conversation, we're just having the panelists who are going to be on, the panelists who are going to be on camera and also can speak, but we're going to get questions towards the end. And if you'd like, one of the best things to do is use the chat. We're going to really use that today as we go on. So thank you, Judith. We're going to hand it over to you.
Okay, so welcome again, everybody, and this is how we are going to run this today. So I will start with some opening remarks, short. I will introduce the moderators officially. Then the moderators will take over. So they will introduce the panelists and then they will carry on with the discussion. During the discussion, I will come in with a series of polls. We know we've got a strong panel, but we are going to try to make sure that everyone else participates through some short polls. And Mike Sensei is helping us run that in the background. They will be coming on your screens. They will pop up. We want you to take part, right? We will be giving feedback as we get it from those polls. So we just want everybody to get involved in the conversation. But our moderators really today will run the show with our panelists. And I'm just going to be around to help coordinate all of that. So without further ado, I'm just going to make a few opening remarks, do the introductions of the moderators and hand over. So greetings, family, and welcome. I'm so honored and proud to welcome you to this Zoom meeting on behalf of Project C. Just a bit of background. Last month, I was on the phone with someone back home and they asked me a question I couldn't answer. When are you coming home? Not to visit. Home as to stay. I didn't know what to say because the truth is, my dear family, I want to. God knows I really want to go back home, really badly. I've built a good life here, a career, I'm stable, but I'm at that age where I'm asking myself, what's it all for? What am I leaving behind? I know many of you on here have had that conversation. We left Cameroon to come out here for better opportunities, for education, for safety, for our children's future. And we succeeded. My God, we have succeeded. You can look at all of you here on this call. Our children are grown, educated, successful. But here's what breaks my heart. They've never really, truly known home. And we all know it. our children here in the diaspora with us truly want to go home. We've had those conversations. Our kids truly want to go home, a place where they feel at home, feel safe, call home. You, me, our children are doing well for themselves, good careers, building their lives. But last month, one of my daughters told me something that shook me. She said, Mom, when people ask me where I'm from, I say Cameroon. But honestly, it doesn't feel real. What do I have to show for it? Can I even go there and have a good experience? I remember the last time, and today I see pictures and news of an even more dire situation. We raised our children with the food, the music, the stories, but we've not been able to give them a home to return to and a place where they could build something, invest, contribute. And the painful truth is, I don't blame them for thinking that way. Because what would I tell them to come back to? Crumbling infrastructure? A system where bribes matter more than talent? Where their degrees and skills mean nothing because of whom they know or don't know? We have 4 million Cameroonians living abroad. 4 million. We send home over $400 million every year. But while we're working hard in Paris, London, New York, Washington, the Nigerian diaspora is creating tech hubs. The Rwandan diaspora helped rebuild their country from genocide to becoming the Singapore of Africa. And us, we're still keeping the lights on in our families' homes. I'm not saying this to shame anyone. I'm saying this because I'm tired. I'm tired of sending money home every month and watching nothing change. I'm tired of watching talented young Cameroonians, doctors, engineers, entrepreneurs, leave because there's nothing for them at home. I'm tired of my generation achieving success abroad while our homeland falls further behind. I'm tired of other Africans building their countries while we watch from the sidelines. But here's what I realized. We are not powerless. The Ethiopian diaspora didn't wait for their government to get together. They organized, they built, they invested strategically. The Ghanaian diaspora didn't accept the status quo. They held their government accountable. They demanded their remittances be used properly. The Rwandan diaspora, they came home. They brought expertise, capital, vision. What if we did the same? What if instead of just sending money for survival, we organized to build systems? What if instead of accepting that this is just how Cameroon is, we demanded better? What if we used our education, our networks, our resources, our influence, not just to survive abroad, but to transform home? Because I want to go home, I really do. Not just to visit, to retire there, to invest there, to know that the next generation, my daughter's children, your children's children have a choice. A choice to stay there because there are opportunities, a choice to build because there's hope, a choice to say, I'm Cameroonian and mean it. I visited Accra, Ghana a couple of weeks ago. The diaspora was home, and why not? There was water, electricity, good roads, clean environment, museums, and well-maintained touristic sites. My daughters and their friends loved it. But I was gobsmacked at the number of Cameroonian diaspora. Some of you are on this call who have retired from abroad and settled in Ghana, in Accra, instead of going back home. You have bought houses, you have built your retirement homes there, and are investing there. You are doing the same in other countries, Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, Rwanda, France, UK, US, Canada, Belgium, you name it. It's heart-wrenching that my generation is abandoning home. I don't want to die in a foreign country, buried far from home because home wasn't good enough to live in. I don't want my children to only know Cameroon through stories and photos. I don't want us to be the generation that had all the tools, all the resources, all the opportunities, but did nothing with it. And I know you feel this too. Today, now, we have 6 incredible Cameroonians who refuse to accept that we have to choose between success and home. They found ways to stay connected, to contribute, to push for change. They're going to talk about what the diaspora can actually do, not speeches, not theories, not just real actions. Because the truth is, Cameroon doesn't need saving. It needs to stop waiting and start building. Our parents' generation gave us life. They sacrificed everything so we could have opportunities. We succeeded, we built good lives. Now it's our turn to give back, to build a home worth returning to create opportunities for the next generation. So now let's stop asking why Cameroon is like this and start asking, what are we going to do about it? I leave the quote from President John F. Kennedy's inaugural address in Washington, D.C. on January 20th, 1961. And I will say, and so my fellow Cameroonian diaspora, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Because we're not getting any younger, my dear family. And neither is our country. Welcome again. Let's talk about going home and start working to build the country that you all deserve. Thank you. I need to take a break after that. So, without further ado, I'm going to try and introduce our moderators so they can get on with the show. So I'll start with my dear sister, Dr. Nagella Nukuna. She's a global technology stewardship leader at Qnity Electronics and has following multiple leadership roles at DuPont Electronics in circuitry and semiconductors. Located in Wilmington, Delaware, Nagella is a dedicated wife and mother of 3, author of A Taste of Africa, a wellness enthusiast licensed with pro status in physical training and nutrition. Dr. Nukuna received her PhD from Case Western Reserve University and a postdoctoral fellowship at the Cleveland Clinic Foundation. Among the myriads of awards in the scientific and wellness sphere, Dr. Nukuna is activated by Cameroon's youthful and exuberant future. She prioritizes roles in diaspora activities in developmental projects in Cameroon and remains an enthusiastic ambassador for a better future in Cameroon. I'm going to try to introduce Jean-Bruno. I'll try in French. Donc, je vais essayer de parler en français et on va voir comment ça va se passer. Donc, je suis très, très contente d'avoir Jean-Bruno avec nous aussi ici aujourd'hui. Jean-Bruno Tagne est un journaliste, écrivain et analyste politique camerounais reconnu pour son analyse rigoureuse et factuelle du pouvoir, de la gouvernance et des dynamiques politiques au Cameroun. Professionnel expérimenté des médias, il a occupé des fonctions éditoriales de haut niveau et est apprécié pour son approche posée et analytique des questions nationales sensibles. Ses écrits et interventions s'attachent à décrypter les systèmes politiques, les réseaux d'influence et les faiblesses institutionnelles, ce qui lui confère une forte crédibilité auprès de la société civile, des médias et de la diaspora. J'espère que j'ai essayé pour dire ce que je pouvais dire. Herman est notre compatriote de Project C. Nous avons travaillé beaucoup de projets avec Herman, mais je vais essayer aussi de parler en français de Herman. Herman Feudjio, sur le plan professionnel, est manager de l'ingénieur pétrolier. Il dirige une équipe de professionnels dans le bassin pétrolier du premier au Texas, aux États-Unis. Il est titulaire d'un diplôme d'ingénieur des mines de l'Université Laval au Canada, un MBA de l'Université catholique d'Afrique centrale au Cameroun et d'un diplôme de gestion de multinationales du MIT. Il est membre de l'Ordre des ingénieurs du Québec et l'Ordre des ingénieurs du Texas et du Conseil international du Canada, plateforme qui permettent aux citoyens de s'engager dans des discussions sur des enjeux intentionnels. Comme je dis d'abord, il est membre du Project C. Bon, bienvenue à tout le monde. Je vous passe maintenant à les modérateurs. Ils vont prendre suite du programme. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Judith. I hope you can all hear me. I am in a coffee shop on Transit, so if you can't hear me, let me know. Can you all hear me? So okay. I am starstruck by the panelists that we have today, and I'm really excited and privileged to be among the moderators and all who have worked in the background to make this happen. I want to first of all thank Project C for the incredible work that has been done in the past months. As Judith introduced me earlier, I am an enthusiast that Cameroon is going to be what it is meant for, the cream of Africa. We are the country. The diaspora is the country. Judith, you said it all, and you brought tears to my eyes. I am still thinking about the words that you said, especially about the younger generation not being able to go back, not being able to be proud of their country. How does that make us all feel as diasporans? Let's stand up. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and introduce a grand group of panelists, people that I am starstruck, I am fans about. I've never been able to speak to them. And now we have this opportunity to have them on one stage. So if you have people who are out there who have seen this flyer and are not on this call today, send it to them. This is going to revolutionize, transform all the work that Eric and Elizabeth and Herman and Judith and Mike Senze, who has been working tirelessly behind the scenes to make all of this happen. Round of applause to everybody. Round of applause to Eric for initiating this idea. For Elizabeth with her passion, for Array with the sacrifices that he has to make. So without further ado, I will go ahead and introduce one of our panelists, or two of our panelists. I will start with Dr. Chris Fomunyoh. This is somebody that, honestly, I've not had the chance to talk to personally on these aspects, but I am really passionate about what he does. So Dr. Chris is a Senior Associate for Africa and Regional Director at the National Democratic Institute, NDI, where he has led international election observation missions and supervised democracy support programs across numerous African countries. He works closely with political and civic leaders to advance inclusive democratic progress in the region and has helped launch the African Statesman Initiative with former heads of states to facilitate political transitions in Africa. Dr. Fomunyoh serves as an adjunct faculty at the Africa Center for Strategic Studies and is a former adjunct professor of African politics and government at Georgetown University. He's also the founder of a nonprofit organization supporting democracy and humanitarian courses in Cameroon. He is born in Cameroon. Dr. Fomunyoh holds a light licence en droit from the University of Yaoundé, a master's degree in international law from Harvard Law School, and a PhD in political science from Boston University. And he is fluent in English and French. Who else could we have gotten to be at this panel? So thank you, Dr. Chris, if Dr. Chris can get on. And I will follow my introductions with, is Dr. Chris on? Maybe if we can highlight him so we can give him a round of applause.
Yes, I'm here. I'm just moved by your very kind words. Thank you, Doug.
You're welcome, Dr. Chris. I'm also going to go ahead and introduce none other than Bernard Ngalim, that we see him on the waves every day. Bernard is a legal scholar, media entrepreneur, and podcast host who amplifies African voices through his platform called Beyond Africa. Through thoughtful, long-form interviews and storytelling, he explores the complexities of African identity, development, and the diaspora experience. Bernard's work focuses on shifting narratives about Africa and Cameroon, featuring conversations with entrepreneurs, activists, scholars, and change makers who are redefining what's possible on the continent. He is passionate about creating media infrastructure that challenges defeatist narratives and showcases African excellence and innovation. Bernard uses his platform to facilitate critical conversations about governance, accountability, and the role of the diaspora in Africa's transformation. His podcast, Beyond Africa, has built a significant following among young Cameroonians and Africans in the diaspora, seeking authentic, nuanced discussions about their heritage and future. He brings a communications perspective to understanding how diaspora can effectively engage with and influence developments in their home countries. Again, he's fluent in English and French. These are true Cameroonians. Bernard, get on the screen so we can all smell our roses having you on this panel. Thank you. And I'll hand over to Herman, who's going to introduce our other two panelists. Is Bernard there? Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the very kind words, Nagella, and I'm happy to be here. Excited to share the platform with the others, Dr. Chris, whom I've interviewed a couple of times, and we are planning more interviews, and Jean-Bruno Tagne, whom I've never met, but happy to be here with you, and Herman, we've had that conversation sometimes, but I'm excited to be here and to share my perspectives on what I've learned and what I hear from Cameroonians. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Herman, over to you.
Merci Nagella. Bienvenue à tous nos panélistes. C'est un honneur, c'est un plaisir, c'est même une bénédiction aujourd'hui d'avoir certains parmi vous. Ça, il faut le dire. Et nous voulons encore leur dire merci, témoigner toute notre gratitude. La première panéliste que je vais introduire, c'est Armelle Mbappe. Je ne sais pas, est-ce que Armelle Mbappe est ici aujourd'hui? Si elle est là, elle peut juste nous faire savoir. Armelle Mbappe, elle est bien connue, c'est une activiste. Après beaucoup de travail sur le terrain au Cameroun, on ne se le cache pas, elle a beaucoup travaillé sur le plan politique, sur le plan activiste, sur le plan de la mobilisation pour la démocratie au Cameroun. À la dernière élection, elle a été seconde porte-parole du candidat Issa Chiroma, installé maintenant en Europe. Elle est très active, notamment sur les réseaux sociaux, très active dans les conférences, très active dans tout ce qui porte au changement politique au Cameroun. Elle a été très présente avec Project C au cours des derniers mois, des dernières semaines. Et nous aurons l'occasion de lui donner la parole pour qu'elle développe davantage son activité aujourd'hui, quelle forme l'activisme prend. Mais c'est un grand plaisir de la voir. Et si elle est là, je n'ai pas vu son nom, elle pourrait juste nous le confirmer.
Oui, je suis là.
Oh, super, merci. La deuxième personnalité que nous accueillons aujourd'hui, c'est... Bon, les mots vont manquer pour le présenter. J'ai la lourde responsabilité de le faire. Il s'agit du professeur...
Herman.
Oui, maman.
Herman, quick surprise. Sorry, I need to interrupt. I'm really sorry I need to interrupt.
Okay.
I just need Eli. Just hang on. I have somebody on the line that I'm trying to make a surprise. I'm just trying to get somebody on this Zoom. Just give me 1 minute. I'm sorry it's very important, and then you guys will understand why.
Okay.
I'm just trying to make sure the person is online, and then I'll ask. Right.
Maybe President Obama.
Eli, you are
I can hear you.
online. Please, can you make Chiroma 2025 a co-host, please?
Whoa.
Okay, great.
That's a big one. Ça valait la peine d'interrompre, Judith. Merci beaucoup.
Chiroma 2025. Let me see.
Wow.
Okay, yes.
Okay. It takes a while to change, so just give us a minute.
No, it can take the time it needs. Merci Judith. Pendant qu'il rentre sur il devient co-host. Oui, je voudrais juste nous encourager à continuer à partager, à donner l'opportunité au maximum de personnes de la diaspora de nous rejoindre pendant ce moment unique. Parce que c'est à ces occasions-ci que nous pouvons tirer le meilleur de nos personnalités ressources. Nous n'attendions pas le président Chiroma, mais c'est bien.
Yeah, Elizabeth, also make it, is it Mbembe? I don't know if you can see.
Yeah.
So let's wait in anticipation. Judith, can you let us know what is going on?
I'm on the phone.
Okay. Okay.
Oui, vraiment, on va s'excuser un peu auprès.
Non, il faut continuer. Herman, continue. Je suis.
D'accord, merci. On va s'excuser auprès de nos auditeurs. Je crois qu'ils comprennent que ça valait peut-être la peine d'avoir cette petite, cette petite interruption à cause des surprises qui nous arrivent, la surprise de président Tiroma, président élu, il faut le dire, par les Camerounais, président Tiroma. Donc, on ne va pas s'étendre beaucoup, mais on va continuer à présenter quelqu'un qui nous a fait l'honneur d'être là, le professeur Achille Mbembe. C'est difficile de présenter le professeur Achille Mbembe, hein? Vous comprenez, ça aurait pu prendre la moitié du temps qu'on a aujourd'hui. Même une heure n'aurait pas suffi à présenter tout ce qu'il représente. Je pense qu'il comprend pourquoi est-ce qu'on a l'embarras, à cause du nombre d'articles, le nombre d'ouvrages qu'il a écrits, le nombre d'interventions. Mais on a essayé de synthétiser, professeur. Vous allez être un peu indulgent.
Hello.
Oui.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay. Let's just give the floor. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Go on.
Can you guys hear me?
Sure. Yeah. Loud and clear.
We can hear you.
Oui, bonjour à tout le monde. Bonjour à tout le monde. Hello, everyone. I just have a little surprise for you if somebody would like to say a word. Mr. President, go ahead.
Wow.
Can you hear
me? My name is Mr. Chiroma, Cameroon President-elect. You cannot imagine how delighted and pleased I am having an opportunity to talk to my brothers and sisters, Cameroonians today and tomorrow. Je suis très heureux de vous dire que je suis vraiment un événement par rapport à ce que je ressens. Thank you very much pour tous ceux qui ont voté tous les changements, ceux qui ont accepté de se tenir aux côtés de ce peuple aujourd'hui qui se trouve dans et qui les surmonte tous les jours. Votre détermination, votre soutien aux côtés du peuple, c'est inestimable, c'est inexprimable. Je m'adresse à vous avec beaucoup d'humilité, avec beaucoup de respect, mais vous faites ma fierté. Vous faites la fierté de notre peuple. Parce que le savoir-faire, la détermination, ce sont là des choses qui bâtissent les nations. Là où vous êtes, où que vous vous trouvez, vous êtes des pépites pour notre nation. Votre contribution pour les changements que notre peuple a voulu, la contribution individuelle, collective, c'est quelque chose de formidable, c'est quelque chose d'indispensable. Et où que vous soyez, et quelles que soient vos occupations, la réhabilitation de notre nation, parce que nous avons un devoir, une mission sacerdotale, de redorer le blason de cette nation qui se trouve aujourd'hui traînée par terre. La diaspora, je compte sur la diaspora, et vous savez, dans mon programme, la première des choses que je ferai, c'est faire en sorte que cette diaspora, qui tient le savoir et le savoir-faire, qui trépigne d'impatience pour venir réhabiliter cette nation, la reconstruire. Dès que je suis à la présidence de la République, la première des choses que je ferai, naturellement, c'est vous donner la latitude, la possibilité de revenir voir votre pays pour retrousser les manches et dire que le Camerounais est un conquérant, we are fighter. Nous sommes des conquérants, nous sommes connus par le monde. C'est pour ça que quand j'ai cette opportunité de savoir que je parle donc, mon Dieu, I was very much delighted, very much pleased. The gift of Cameroon is to be capable of expressing ourselves in both languages, French and English, the most spoken language worldwide. So I made it a point of honor to join you and to speak in a language where you are more comfortable. Comme vous savez, moi, je suis more comfortable in French, but it doesn't matter. If I have to express myself in English, I think that you are nice and kind enough to understand that even though my English is far from being what it should, but my commitment is to say that I will do whatever it takes to be as good in English as I pretend to be in French. Merci beaucoup. Je compte beaucoup sur vous pour la réhabilitation, pour la renaissance. Je voudrais simplement rappeler une petite chose que tous vous connaissez. Vous savez, il y a pas longtemps, j'ai célébré mes 80 ans. 80 ans. Aujourd'hui, j'ai toujours dit le reste de ma vie et que l'Éternel me permette de vivre encore un peu plus, c'est de tout donner à cette nation, à ce peuple. Hier connu, respecté, révéré, aujourd'hui, dont la réputation traîne dans la boue. Ma responsabilité, mon engagement aujourd'hui, c'est d'abord de compter sur ceux qui ont le savoir et le savoir-faire, ceux qui ont les moyens, qui se trouvent à l'étranger, qui bâtissent l'étranger, qui enrichissent les nations de l'étranger, qui enrichissent le peuple de l'étranger, alors que leur propre nation se trouve aujourd'hui dans le besoin de le savoir prêt à être au service donc, de ce peuple. Mon objectif, mes frères et sœurs, couvrir réellement. J'arrive au Cameroun demain d'abord. Toutes les vannes pour toute la diaspora. On passe un trait sur tout ce qui a posé problème réellement. Voilà ce que je tenais à dire. Lorsque Laurent m'a dit tout à l'heure que je pouvais avoir l'opportunité de parler à la diaspora, j'ai dit, bon Dieu, ça c'est une grâce divine. Donc, une fois de plus, j'aurai l'opportunité, chaque fois que vous m'en donnerez l'opportunité de venir à vous pour qu'on parle, qu'on discute, pour que je vous parle de moi-même. Parce que vous savez, vous avez souvent entendu parler de Tiroma, mais vous ne savez pas qui est Tiroma. J'ai en guise de, comment dirais-je, des documents d'introduction lors de la campagne, j'avais rédigé un bouquin. Celui qui vous parle, moi, j'ai commencé comme apprenti, comme j'ai commencé comme ouvrier. Je suis parti du tout bas de l'échelle pour me retrouver là où l'Éternel me place aujourd'hui. Je suis passé par toutes les étapes de la vie. Je suis passé par toutes les difficultés de la vie. Ce qui fait qu'aujourd'hui, mon objectif, c'est de privilégier l'être. L'avoir et le savoir, c'est des instruments qui doivent être au service de l'être de la vie. On ne peut pas avoir une diaspora prospère intellectuellement, financièrement, comme ce que vous êtes, et puis être des citoyens d'une nation aujourd'hui où on rase les murs parce que quand on dit on est Camerounais aujourd'hui, ça fait honte. Aujourd'hui, vous savez, c'est la violence qui règne dans notre pays. Un homme de 93 ans, après 43 ans d'échec, de faillite et tout, s'organise encore par la violence, par la force, à se maintenir. C'est-à-dire que la volonté du peuple ne compte plus aujourd'hui. Il est en train de montrer au monde qu'on peut s'asseoir sur la volonté du monde. Parce que si on est fort, on a des armes, on a des fantassins, on est capable de faire tout ce qu'on veut. Nous, les Camerounais aujourd'hui, nous le rejetons. J'explique que se trouve la diaspora, vous allez bâtir cette nation. Nous avons l'économie du savoir, vous la détenez. Le savoir, vous l'avez. L'avoir, vous l'avez. Venez investir dans notre nation. Nous allons créer ces conditions-là. Une fois de plus, je voulais simplement m'introduire et vous dire que je suis très heureux. Merci de m'avoir écouté. Je l'ai fait avec beaucoup d'humilité. Excusez-moi, acceptez mon humilité, mais je ne pouvais pas m'abstenir d'éclater de bonheur, de joie, que de savoir que je parle à des hommes et des femmes de qualité, amoureux de leur nation, et à leur donner le meilleur pour garder l'honneur de notre nation. Nous sommes une très grande nation. Nous sommes une très grande nation. Nous avons des hommes et des femmes. Vous savez, le Cameroun, c'est un vivier inépuisable d'hommes et de femmes de qualité, capables de révolutionner. C'est ça, c'est pour ça que nous sommes des concurrents des baroudeurs. Vraiment, j'ai probablement pris beaucoup de votre temps. Je vous exprime ma gratitude, ma reconnaissance. It is a pleasure, it is a happiness. I am here in Gambia. Really, at any given time, if you would like to know more about my stay here, the condition in which I am here, I am ready. I am yours. Make good use of my my availability here. And je vous remercie infiniment. Merci beaucoup, Laurent. Voilà, je vous remercie. Je pense que je peux rendre le micro.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Oui, absolument. Peut-être quelqu'un veut réagir dans les hôtes du forum.
Merci,
Peut-être nos panélistes.
Merci beaucoup, Laurent. Si d'aventure il y avait des questions pertinentes qu'on voudrait me poser, et c'est l'opportunité, c'est l'occasion donc de m'adresser à cette diaspora, à ce Cameroun-là, ce Cameroun en perspective, parce que je vous dis, la diaspora, venez.
OK. So, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur le Président, attendez, je vais demander s'il y a des questions pour vous, pour autant que vous puissiez répondre. Okay,
prioritairement de la part de nos panélistes, M.
Voilà,
Chris,
c'est ça.
Achille Mbembe, si vous avez des questions, vous avez la priorité.
Voilà, on va commencer comme ça. Monsieur le Président, merci et merci Roland. Donc, je passe premièrement à Monsieur Achille Mbembe. Question.
Professeur, je vous écoute.
Mais je n'ai pas de question pour Monsieur le Président. Nous savons tous les conditions qui font qu'il ne soit pas aujourd'hui dans le pays. Je voudrais lui souhaiter tout ce que le peuple camerounais lui souhaite, la sécurité pour commencer, et la santé et l'engagement dont il a fait preuve lors de la campagne électorale, qui a été récompensé par ce que nous savons tous. Nous comptons sur lui pour nous faire sortir de ce très mauvais pas dans lequel le pays se trouve en ce moment. Et je voudrais lui apporter tous les remerciements et la gratitude de ceux d'entre nous hors du pays qui espèrent qu'un jour notre pays retrouvera toute sa grandeur. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup, professeur. Alors, je voudrais vous dire une chose avant que vous ne preniez la parole. Je vous ai connu à New York en 1991. Je venais d'être libéré de la prison et j'étais invité par le NDI, je crois, et j'étais un human rights activist. C'était Madame Cook qui était ambassadrice au Cameroun, et c'est à cette occasion que j'ai eu le privilège de vous rencontrer à New York pour la première fois, professeur. Je sais que ça fait très longtemps.
Oui,
quand on m'a dit qu'on me parlait, j'ai dit qu'il faudrait que je rappelle cet épisode-là. Moi, en tant que human rights activiste, on m'avait invité aux États-Unis pour aller visiter les prisons, pour aller visiter les palais de justice, pour rencontrer des gens. Bref, voilà dans quelles circonstances, pour la première fois, j'ai eu le privilège de vous connaître, professeur. Merci beaucoup pour tout ce que vous avez dit. Vous êtes bien aimable. Que l'Éternel vous protège et continuez à amasser le capital savoir et surtout votre disponibilité que vous mettrez probablement au service de notre nation. Merci beaucoup.
Et merci, Monsieur le Président. Je m'en souviens comme si c'était hier.
Bon.
Merci. Merci, Prof. Dr. Chris?
Yes. Your Excellency, this is Chris. Because everyone is talking about souvenirs, I remember our last conversation by phone was when you were on the road between Bamenda and Chang during the campaign. And I said to you, Monsieur le Président, you are on fire. And you told me, yes, I am on fire. And I hope that you stay on fire until we get the job done. I just want to thank you for your courage, your determination, your leadership, your fortitude, and just the focus that you bring to the millions of Cameroonians who want to see a different country, who want to see this country lift itself up. And we're extremely confident We have to work. With your leadership, with your determination, we will make it happen. You can count on us. You can count on us. And rest assured that we will make it happen. Stay well and stay strong. I know my Gambian brothers and sisters are taking good care of you. They are hospitable people. So being there has also allowed them and all of West Africa to know our plight and our predicament and what we're going through. And hopefully you wouldn't have to be there for long, so we can all reconvene in Yaoundé and begin to build back up. Thank you, and stay strong and stay well. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity and this honor to hear you and to be assured that you're in good health, that you're in good mental state, and your determination is resolute, so we can get it done. Thank you. Thank you. And Happy New Year. Inshallah. If it is possible to send a message to the president of Gambia to tell him how Cameroonians are very much pleased and proud because of this safekeeping here in Gambia. You see, when I was in Nigeria, they adopted me. On m'avait pris, j'ai failli être, comment dirais-je, renvoyé au Cameroun, menotté dans des conditions que vous ne pouvez pas imaginer. Alors, si vous pouvez, tous ceux qui peuvent dire vraiment un remerciement au président Barrow qui a accepté donc de venir ici, parce qu'ici, bon, je ne peux pas parler parce qu'il y a des relations diplomatiques, mais je vais voir dans quelle mesure. Mais il faut que j'ai l'opportunité de venir vers vous où vous êtes. Parce que we have to come together. Nous devons montrer au monde que la métamorphose de notre nation repose sur la volonté de son peuple, pas de l'extérieur. Personne ne viendra faire notre travail à notre place. Et il n'y a pas de fierté pour celui qui attend tout de l'autre. Aujourd'hui, le peuple from within and without, de l'intérieur comme de l'extérieur, il va falloir qu'on se mobilise, qu'on montre au monde que nous avons dominé la peur. Nous avons dominé le doute. Le peuple camerounais se prépare à tout le pays parce qu'il faut absolument. We have to get rid of this regime. Ils ont tout détruit au Cameroun. Je suis ici en Gambie. Je dis, nous n'avons pas les routes que je vois en Gambie, un pays de moins de 3 millions d'habitants. I am sick. Et je sais que nous tous là, c'est ce qui nous habite. Si vous pouvez, tu peux vraiment dire merci au président gambien, évidemment, il sera bien. En tout cas, ici, je suis traité comme un président élu. Il a mis à ma disposition une dizaine de gardes de corps. Partout où je vais sortir, aller au dispensaire, aller voir la plage. Je vous assure que je suis traité comme un chef d'État. Je suis infiniment reconnaissant, donc je vous donne donc cette information. Merci beaucoup, merci à tout le monde. Thank you. We'll get to President Barrow. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. So we'll go to Bernard, and then I was going to go to Jean-Bruno, but he's not here. He's off screen. Jean-Bruno, you want to take the next question?
Yes. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Très heureux.
Attendez, encore une ou deux questions. Attendez, une seconde.
Oui.
Donc, excusez-moi. I'm sorry. Yeah. The President has a commitment, but if you don't mind, that will be the last question.
Okay. Yes, Jean-Bruno, yes.
OK. Donc, merci, Monsieur le Président, d'avoir donné des nouvelles. Et nous sommes très heureux de savoir que vous allez très, très bien. Alors, je voudrais savoir, est-ce que vous avez une idée des prochaines actions que vous allez mener dans le sens de reconnaître votre victoire, qui a été tellement nette qu'il n'est pas imaginable pour un certain nombre de Camerounais aujourd'hui de laisser passer. C'est quoi les prochaines étapes, Monsieur le Président?
Oui, vous pouvez y aller, Monsieur le Président.
Les relations diplomatiques qu'il y a entre les États définissent donc un cadre dans lequel je dois évoluer. Je ne sais pas si je peux écouter là.
Vous êtes écouté, Monsieur le Président.
Voilà, je disais donc que les relations diplomatiques entre États me prescrivent maintenant un périmètre dans lequel je dois évoluer. Quand je venais d'arriver ici, je pensais pouvoir dire quelque chose. Alors, tout de suite, immédiatement, notre pays a réagi en disant donc à la Gambie que voilà, vous avez abrité quelqu'un qui peut déstabiliser le Cameroun. Alors, sur cette base-là, évidemment, ils sont fondés à toucher les Nations Unies ou bien l'Union africaine pour dire que la Gambie abrite un opposant qui déstabilise le Cameroun. C'est pour ça, donc, la parole elle est très contrôlée. Mais je vais voir la possibilité, si un jour je peux avoir la possibilité de sortir, préparez-vous là où vous êtes, où je pourrais trouver, bon Dieu, le bonheur de vous retrouver pour que nous parlions. Nous voyons qu'est-ce que nous pouvons faire ensemble pour sortir de cette situation intenable. Laurent a dû vous dire, we need each other. Nous avons besoin de la mobilisation des uns et des autres. Comme vous savez, nous avons des journalistes, nous avons des diplomates, nous avons des avocats qui doivent sillonner ça et là. Nous avons besoin évidemment que chacun mette 5 francs, 10 francs, et ainsi de suite. Vous vous organisez là-bas de telle façon que nous ne soyons pas réduits à la mendicité pour le combat que nous devons livrer pour notre libération, pour notre liberté. Simplement profiter de cette occasion. En tout cas, merci beaucoup. Alors, je vais voir dans quelle mesure pourrais-je m'exprimer davantage, je le ferai. Mais il y a mon porte-parole, Madame Maître Alice Comte, qui fait le boulot merveilleusement bien. Et ça fait que chaque fois que vous aurez besoin de moi, même dans le cadre d'un forum, appelez-moi, moi je vais vous écouter. Mon programme, vous le connaissez, mais mon programme, ce sera votre programme. Parce que nous sommes dans le monde qui est développé aujourd'hui par le savoir. L'économie du savoir aujourd'hui, c'est ce qui domine le monde. Et la diaspora, vous êtes en plein. Vous êtes en plein. On m'a dit la dernière fois, tous les Africains qui entrent à l'école polytechnique de Paris sur 14 sont camerounais, ainsi de suite, dans toutes les grandes écoles. Moi-même, je suis ingénieur mécanicien, je suis ingénieur de formation. Donc, nous sommes une nation de hommes de très grandes valeurs. Mobilisons-nous pour que le Cameroun surprenne tout le monde avec la rapidité avec laquelle we are going to reform our economy to bring together the nation. Vous savez ce qui m'a fait le plus plaisir, et là j'ai fini. Je vais à Bamenda, je vais en décapotable, sans garde de corps. Je fais mes meetings, je fais le tour, je dis bien en décapotable. Je vais à Boya, en décapotable. Je vais à Limbe, en décapotable sans protection. J'ai compris ce que veut la sortie, c'est ce que je veux, le fédéralisme là. J'arrive au Cameroun le lendemain, je vous fais venir tous mes frères et sœurs pour voir comment est-ce que nous allons, par la détermination de notre engagement, par la force de notre caractère, par le courage, insuffler d'abord ce courage à nous-mêmes, à tout le peuple, et puis nous mobiliser la métamorphose de notre nation. Je vous remercie beaucoup, mes frères et sœurs. Que l'Éternel vous bénisse tous. Continuez à unir nos cœurs et faire en sorte qu'on se retrouve chaque fois que nous en aurons besoin. Je vous remercie infiniment. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Merci, Président.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. I think,
thank you.
Judith,
Merci.
Judith,
Merci.
let me just interrupt for 1 minute. 1 minute. Yeah. This is a moment for Eric to acknowledge this moment.
Yeah, so I want to go back. Nagella, I hear you very well. So I just want to make sure Laurent finishes. If Laurent has anything to say, then we come back to Eric. I wanted Laurent to
no, I'll get back to you. I think we should all say goodbye to the president for now.
Yeah.
As he said, he's making himself available, should you guys need, specific things, but, he insisted on talking to you and letting you know that he's very much connected. Quant à la question de Jean-Bruno, on va y revenir, mais vous comprenez que le président doit s'exprimer par certains canaux. Voilà. Monsieur le Président, on vous libère. Merci infiniment pour votre temps.
Merci.
Au nom de tout le monde, Monsieur le Président, je tiens à vous remercier.
Il est parti, Eric. I'm sorry, Eric.
Laurent, ouais, il faut lui passer donc cette information. Je sais que vous êtes en contact direct et régulier avec lui. On était vraiment contents et je tenais donc à le remercier au nom de tout le monde. Let me hand it back to you, Nagella. Thank you.
Yes, so I'll give back the program to our moderators. Herman, and because of the surprise we've had, I guess this will change a little bit the questioning going forward. So, but I'm seeing comments also in the chat that we should get things rolling quickly. So back to you guys, and let's try to see if we can shorten the intros as well. So back to you, Herman and Nagella. Thank you.
Oh, merci beaucoup, Judith. S'il y avait une option kidnapping, on allait kidnapper le président pour qu'il ne parte pas, qu'il reste encore un peu, mais bon, on va attendre. On continue avec c'était un échange lunaire, hein, c'est difficile de revenir sur la Terre, vraiment. Donc, on va continuer avec la biographie du professeur Achille Mbembe. Je disais, c'est très difficile de le présenter, mais à cause du temps qui nous tient, on va devoir y aller. Achille Mbembe est professeur, c'est l'un des principaux intellectuels, hein, publics et théoriciens politiques qu'on connaisse en Afrique. Il est professeur de recherche en histoire et politique au Wyeth Institute of Social and Economic Research, WISER à l'Institut de Witwatersrand en Afrique du Sud, à Johannesburg exactement. Donc, ses travaux ont été vraiment révolutionnaires sur les études postcoloniales, la nécropolitique, la condition africaine, et ont énormément influencé la recherche universitaire à l'échelle mondiale. Il faut préciser que ces travaux sont traduits en 17 langues. 17 langues. Ça, c'est quelque chose de... on n'a pas beaucoup de mots pour ça, pour un compatriote comme ça. Donc, le professeur Achille Mbembe est l'auteur de plusieurs livres. L'un des principaux, c'est de la postcolonie, critique de la raison noire, la nécropolitique. Peut-être qu'il aura l'occasion de nous en parler. On a vraiment, vraiment beaucoup à apprendre de lui. Il a occupé des postes de prestige comme enseignant à l'université Harvard, Duke University, Yale University, l'Université de Californie à Berkeley, pour ceux qui connaissent ce que ça signifie, ce genre de nom. Il est né au Cameroun et il a obtenu un doctorat à l'Université de la Sorbonne à Paris. Il a reçu de nombreux prix internationaux, dont le prix Geschwister-Scholz et le prix Ernest Borg. Il a écrit abondamment sur la démocratie, sur le pouvoir de la décolonisation en Afrique et il est parfaitement bilingue anglais-français. En 2018, pendant l'élection présidentielle, nous nous amusions à catégoriser un peu les intellectuels et il était très, très loin devant. Le second était un certain Maurice Kamto et le troisième, Joseph Owona. Donc, c'est dire qui nous avons avec nous. Merci et bienvenue, professeur Achille, et merci encore d'avoir été là, professeur Achille Mbembe, d'avoir accepté de venir.
Merci beaucoup, Herman. Merci.
Judith.
Professor Achille, can you get on camera, please, so you can be highlighted?
Please.
Please.
Can continue with the introductions. I think you have other people to introduce.
Yeah. Monsieur Jean-Bruno, I think you have to introduce Mr. Ben Modo.
And Miss
Rebecca.
And
Yes.
Miss Rebecca, yes.
Oui. Donc, je vais commencer par, bonjour à tous, donc je vais commencer par Rebecca Enonchong, qui est déjà connectée avec nous. Elle est l'une des figures majeures de la tech africaine, donc elle est fondatrice de AppTech et d'AfriLab. Elle soutient plus de 400 hubs d'innovation à travers le continent africain. Entrepreneur, investisseuse et défenseuse de la bonne gouvernance, elle accompagne la croissance des startups africaines et fait avancer l'usage stratégique de la technologie en Afrique. Camerounaise, on en est fier, elle a été formée aux États-Unis et elle est reconnue par Forbes comme l'une des fondatrices tech les plus influentes du continent. Et pour compléter cette présentation, Madame Rebecca Enonchong ne se contente pas simplement de son travail ou de son expertise dans la tech en Afrique, elle est également très, très impliquée sur les questions de démocratie et des droits humains au Cameroun. Alors, s'agissant de Ben Modo, il est entrepreneur et activiste qui a construit des structures concrètes pour soutenir la transition démocratique au Cameroun. Il mobilise depuis quelque temps la diaspora, développe des mécanismes de financement durable et renforce la sécurité des mouvements de résistance. Son travail vise à dépasser l'activisme en ligne pour bâtir une organisation capable de soutenir une action politique sur le long terme. Il collabore étroitement avec la société civile au Cameroun comme dans la diaspora. Ben Modo, pour ceux qui ne le connaissent pas, est très, très présent dans les réseaux sociaux, très disponible pour les médias camerounais qui ont encore le courage de pouvoir solliciter ce type de personnalité. Voilà.
Okay, just a quick interlude to Eli. Please make Ben Modo and Armelle Mbappe co-hosts. And then to the rest of those of us on the ground floor, please, there are some surveys that have been put in the comment section. Try to take them, some small short comments to keep you engaged. So Eli, please, let's do Armelle and Ben Modo as co-hosts. And then back to you, Nagella and the team, sorry.
Thank you so much. Wonderful panel. So we're going to go ahead and start the questions. And Herman, I know we had this organized, but I'm going to interject now following President-elect Chiroma. I think the most specific question would go, first of all, to Dr. Fomunyoh. And so, Dr. Fomunyoh, as I said, we're fan-struck. You've observed elections across Africa for decades. You know what happened in October 2025? Walk us through what you documented. And we want it to be as non-sanitized as possible so we can all observe the truth and put our heart and soul into what we also experienced. What really happened? And why did the international community look away? That question is for Dr. Fomunyoh.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Nukuna, for that very...
Nagella, let me say it.
Nagella. Hi, Doc. Thank you very much for those very pertinent questions. And let me first say, how delighted I am to be on today's program. This has been long overdue. So I owe Eric and Are and Judith and Rebecca and all of Elizabeth, all of the people who've been on the ground floor of Project C and who've been holding these conversations since even before October, and who have kept the lifeline to the rest of the Cameroonian people. I owe you all an apology for being late in the process. But I've been active in my own way. I've been sending positive vibes in my own way to keep the momentum going. And I'm really delighted to be part of the panel, this excellent panel this morning to launch 2026 and to make sure that all of the ideas that have come forward thus far could really finally be grounded. And so we can have an opportunity to begin to build back up. For the elections in October, NDI, the National Democratic Institute, for which I work, did not send an official delegation to monitor the elections. And so I couldn't speak with my NDI identity on the elections that prevailed because we didn't observe them. But as you know, and as you said in your introductory remarks, I do have an organization on the ground that works on humanitarian issues, on democracy as well. I, like many people on this call, have networks, extensive networks across the entire country that allowed me to be able to monitor the process on a personal basis as a concerned Cameroonian. I do have civil society organizations that also depend on my support that were very engaged in the period leading up to October and that stayed engaged through that whole electoral process and even in the post-election period. So I can speak very confidently about what happened. Because what happened in October 2025 is more than anything that we've seen with regards to stolen elections in Cameroon. We have to be extremely honest about that. In 1992, I was there. I saw what happened in 1992. But the challenge in 1992 is that the then candidate, Jean-Bruno of blessed memory, didn't have the kind of evidence at his disposal that we now have after the 2025 elections. Even in 2018, when Professor Maurice Kamtouk also contested the outcome of the 2018 elections, there was a lot of anecdotal evidence. There were a lot of conversations, but there wasn't that kind of material evidence, admissible evidence that would be admissible in a court of law that has been collected and assembled around the October 2025 elections. And as one elected official said in Douala on TV, everybody in Cameroon today, I can say of the, I was going to say all the 30 million, but that will count even the babies. Every Cameroonian today knows the outcome of the October 2025 elections. Even the policeman who takes out his pistolet to shoot at his neighbor, even the gendarme who brutalizes the taxi driver or the motorcycle rider knows the outcome of those elections. There is no way that the truth will be hidden. There is no, the inconsistencies, even between the figures announced by the Constitutional Council and the election management body, ELECAM, are by themselves sufficient to say that the books were cooked and what is being put out as the official version doesn't in any way, any shape or fashion reflect the will of the Cameroonian people. I feel that we can be confident in our advocacy to say that the truth around those elections must be known. I have granted a number of interviews in which I've said this very publicly, and in my last op-ed piece, which was published by all of the major newspapers in French and in English back home, I said very simply that the only way that Cameroonians will be satisfied that their will has been met would be for ELECAM to publish the election results polling side by polling side. ELECAM must have these results, because if ELECAM did not have this, they would not have published any figures at all. The figures that ELECAM has were figures that they added based on figures that they received. They must therefore be in a position to release election results polling side by polling side. That is the only thing that would convince Cameroonians. And if they did that, we will all rest our case, because it would show clearly that the declared winner did not win those elections. There is no way that he's going to be able to get legitimacy around his governance. There is no way that any other foreign government dealing with the present actors in Yaoundé would take them seriously, because a government built on shaky legitimacy cannot survive. It can survive a few days, as has happened between October and now. But as long as the citizens don't recognize that legitimacy, it may be gone by next week or by the next 2 weeks. And so I think we can go into these conversations, we can go into our advocacy, knowing that an overwhelming majority of Cameroonians believe that their will, as expressed at the ballot box in October, still needs to be confirmed. And I think that should give us the momentum to keep going. Unfortunately, we're also dealing with a context, and I'll be very brief here, in which the international community has been distracted, most unfortunately so. The international community has been distracted by multiple crises in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, what's happening in the Caribbean and in Latin America, the tensions within Europe with the rise of populist authoritarian regimes as well, even in Europe. And so the African continent with its multiple wars in Sudan, the African Union that's completely overwhelmed by issues in the Horn of Africa, the Sahel. And so in this kind of environment where the major actors are distracted, nefarious actors, the autocrats, have taken full advantage, and that's what we're seeing in our country today. Unfortunately for them, their number isn't growing, their number is shrinking, because even in their midst, there are people who know the truth. And I think it's incumbent on us in the diaspora especially, where we have the relationships, where we have the freedoms, where we have the networks, where we have access to media to continue to tell the Cameroonian story and to say that Cameroon will not be settled until the truth is known. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fomunyoh, for that clear declaration of what happened in October and the fiasco that has happened after that. We thank you. I'm going to pass this on to Jean-Bruno now for a follow-up question for Professor Achille Mbembe.
Yes, thank you. Voilà, merci professeur d'être ici avec nous ce matin. Herman l'a dit tout à l'heure, nous sommes tous honorés de vous avoir dans ce panel. Donc Achille Mbembe, très rapidement, qui est l'un des penseurs les plus influents du continent africain, et il est camerounais, on en est fiers. Et je faisais remarquer il y a quelques temps que le Cameroun a une diaspora très, très brillante dans tous les domaines. Ils sont excellents et le président Issa Chiroma l'a remarqué tout à l'heure. Et Judith également, dans son propos introductif, faisait remarquer la place qu'occupent les Camerounais dans la diaspora, mais ont du mal à reproduire la même chose chez eux. Et donc, je voudrais savoir, professeur, ça fait plus de 40 ans que cette situation dure, et vous qui avez étudié la post-colonie, qui êtes le théoricien de la post-colonie, est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, il est permis de rêver que les Camerounais de la diaspora puissent un jour proche ou lointain avoir un impact sur leur pays?
First of all, I would like to thank Project C for the amazing work that is being done. I think that Chris said it all. And there is no reason to go back to the key points he shared with us. Jean-Bruno, it seems to me that one of the key questions we are facing today is how to bring this regime, which has been defeated at the polls, as Chris remarked, how to bring it to an end. And whether we can bring it to an end peacefully. And if we cannot bring it to an end peacefully and democratically, what other means might be available to us? When I say us, I mean, of course, the Cameroonian people. What are those other means which we could resort to in a legitimate manner? It seems to me that that is the key issue we are now facing. I say it because, of course, sooner or later, the leader of this regime will be somewhat caught by his own biological clock. And I'm sure that you all know what I mean when I refer to his biological clock. It does not simply apply to him, it applies to all of us. It's a natural thing. But his eventual disappearance will not necessarily mean that the regime, the political regime, and the structures, and the culture, and the institutions he has had almost half a century to set up will be dismantled. So we have to make this distinction between the individual and the regime he has put into place, which is, and this is very clear, increasingly supported through coercion and repression and through corruption. The two means by which this regime, which has been there for 43 years, is still able to subjugate our people. So it seems to me that that is the key issue. And whether President-elect Bakary Chiroma comes back to Cameroon or not will depend on the answer to this strategic question. So you're asking me whether the diaspora can play any role in this stalemate and in this predicament. I think we all agree that maybe more than ever before, the time has come for the diaspora to intervene in a forceful manner, by which I mean to gain a voice. And to gain a voice through, I would argue, two means. One, to position itself as a key actor in preparing for the transition and the reconstruction of the country, which will necessarily come. When, I'm not sure, but we have to be ready for the transition, for what comes after, by providing therefore expertise, because that is one thing clearly we do have. We do have economists, we do have legal scholars, we do have experts in technology, we have people who are good in finance, artists. We have to mobilize that know-how and that expertise, and President Chiroma himself was alluding to it not so long ago, at least in the introduction he shared with us. But we also have to keep mobilizing other types of resources, two in particular, material and financial resources, because these cost money, and diplomatic resources. And here I'm sure that a lot can be done. And many of us are very well positioned to mobilize diplomatic resources with the goal, on the one hand, of isolating the regime on the basis of the illegitimacy Chris has just alluded to, and on the basis of the increasing resort to violence and abuse of human rights and violations of all kinds. I'm not going further on this matter. Rebecca, in a short video I saw today, was referring to the thousands of people who are in jail, those who have been killed, the daily instances through which people are impeded to exercise their basic freedoms, the evidence is massive. So it seems to me that there is a big role to play in preparing for this transition and the reconstruction that will follow. Let me be very quick and say two things about the transition and the reconstruction. It seems to me that both the president-elect and the diaspora, including, of course, forces within the country, we should mobilize our people around 5 massive issues which have to be on the agenda of any transition. First of all, the constitutional reforms which should aim at transforming the nature of the Cameroonian state and dealing once for all with, in particular, the Anglophone problem. We need a set of ideas on how we reform our constitution in order to put in place a new state form which is as inclusive as possible, which is as decentralized as possible, which gives a voice to everybody in line with deep democratic aspirations that have been repressed for a long time. The second key issue on any transition agenda has to revolve around deep electoral reforms. Then, of course, there are a number of other political issues having to do with the release of all political prisoners. This should be on the top of the agenda. Issues having to do, for instance, with the setting up of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, because we have to reconcile the country after the transition. We have to bring everybody together once again. And the Truth and Reconciliation Commission should be a key element in this reassembling of the nation. All of which would then lead to free and fair elections for the first time in the history of Cameroon. And when I say for the first time, this includes, of course, the colonial times. We have never had a free and fair election in our country. We have to prepare for the first time to hold such elections in our country in order to have a proper legitimate government. That for the transition agenda. The reconstruction agenda is deeper. It will involve, of course, a new economic policy, questions of institutions, sectoral policies, international policy in terms of the position of our country in the continent and in the world. All of that will have to be redone. And I'll end there. It seems to me that Project C can help us to move forward this by, for instance, setting up a number of working groups which would deal with some of these key issues relating to the transition and the reconstruction. The expertise is there, the intelligence is there. Let's bring it all together and make sure that we have a weight and a voice in what is coming pretty soon, I guess. So those are the comments I wanted to share, Jean-Bruno. And once again, thank you all, Project C, Eric, and everyone Chris mentioned early on.
Thank you very much, Professeur. Merci infiniment, Professeur, pour ce point. Nagella, est-ce que j'ai encore la possibilité de poser une dernière question au professeur ou alors on passe à
Yes, go ahead. I think this has been very pungent points that he has made. So let's follow up on this, because getting the diaspora to follow up on those 5 and the 9 strategic points is critical. So please go ahead, Jean-Bruno.
Thank you very much. Professeur, alors vous avez dit tout à l'heure qu'il y aura évidemment une fin. Vous avez évoqué la question de l'horloge biologique et vous remarquez également que la fin du chef ne signifiera pas forcément la fin du régime. Alors, aujourd'hui, par quoi faut-il commencer? Quand vous dites qu'il est possible d'obtenir un changement de manière paisible dans la paix au Cameroun, comment on fait? Parce que ça fait quand même des années que ça dure, depuis le retour au multipartisme dans les années 90 jusqu'à présent, on n'a pas encore réussi par des élections à opérer le changement au Cameroun. Aujourd'hui, où se trouve la clé, professeur?
Je suis désolé parce que je n'arrivais pas, Jean-Bruno, à vous entendre bien, donc j'ai dû m'absenter 1 minute, mais j'ai bien compris la question. Alors, vous soulevez une question extrêmement complexe, bien sûr. Peut-être 2 ou 3 éléments de réponse. Le premier élément de réponse, je crois que c'est le président élu, Bakary Chiroma, qui lui-même y a fait allusion. Chris aussi d'ailleurs, lorsqu'il a évoqué la situation internationale actuelle. Il faudra compter sur nos propres forces. Personne ne le fera à notre place. Et donc, c'est entre nos mains. Je crois que c'est le tout premier principe. Alors, si c'est entre nos mains, eh bien, il faudrait que nous arrivions à relancer les mobilisations sociales. En sachant très bien que, il ne faut pas se le cacher, que des vies seront perdues. Ils vont tuer des gens. Ils en sont capables. Ils l'ont d'ores et déjà démontré. Combien pourront-ils tuer avant que, quelque part, cela ne fasse scandale dans la conscience internationale? Cela dépendra de notre travail diplomatique. C'est pour cela que je suggérais tout à l'heure que une des tâches de la diaspora, c'est d'accentuer le lobbying pour qu'on arrive à isoler le régime et au besoin à obtenir un certain nombre de sanctions ciblées. Cela est possible, à condition évidemment que nous y travaillions intelligemment et que nous puissions mobiliser les réseaux dans lesquels les uns et les autres nous sommes impliqués pour que nous puissions mutualiser ces réseaux. Et donc, se pose évidemment la question de savoir comment mobiliser, remobiliser, à partir de quel mot d'ordre dans le contexte actuel. Je crois que là également, il y a un certain nombre de moyens. Il y a les moyens technologiques. On a vu l'efficacité lors des élections. Oui. Il faudrait maintenant les redéployer pour d'autres buts. Je crois qu'il y a un travail de long terme à effectuer en termes de formation et d'éducation politique de nos gens. Et il y a évidemment tout un travail politique à faire en termes de recréation d'une conscience nationale, par-delà, disons, les identifications ethniques et régionales. Mais vous me direz, Jean-Bruno, que tout cela est bien théorique. Je ne le pense pas. Je pense qu'il est possible, en tout cas pour nous autres qui vivons à l'extérieur, de nous organiser plus librement et de peser effectivement sur ce qui est en train de se passer.
Merci beaucoup, professeur. Et effectivement, le point sur les ressources diplomatiques que vous avez évoquées dès votre première prise de parole, qui vont permettre de mettre un peu la lumière sur ce qui se fait au Cameroun. Et vous avez évoqué deux leviers sur lesquels le régime s'est appuyé jusqu'à présent pour s'accrocher au pouvoir et pour s'éterniser: la répression et la corruption, dont deux éléments essentiels dans la perpétuation de ce régime. Nagella, one last question for Prof. Mbembe.
Jean-Bruno, just because of the time, maybe we can put it in the chat so we can engage all of our other panelists.
Okay.
Yes, but great points from the Professor Mbembe. You know, it's the one that really touched me was how we have to educate our youth to understand the political implications of everything that has happened. That's critical. So I hope we can jot down all those points and really strategize on how we have to get the diaspora engaged. So we're going to move on now to both Rebecca as well as Ben Modo to change the conversation a little bit. So I want to start with Ben Modo. Mr. Ben Modo, you're not just talking about reform. You're talking about building a resistance movement. That's different from hoping for change. What does resistance infrastructure actually look like? What are the building blocks? How are you engaging your followers? And what are the building blocks that we need that don't exist yet? And I'm speaking in terms of the diaspora. Mr. Ben Modo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Nagella. Now, what do we know? We know that Mr. Biya has been in power for 43 years. We know that he's not done any power sharing and that he controls his system. He's been there for 65 years. So he controls everything. He controls everyone. We also know that no regime, no political system can maintain fairness and justice without checks and balances. So if you are in a situation where someone controls everything, here's the, I don't want to say that because I'm a Christian. You know, I wanted to say Almighty, that he's not the Almighty. He wants to do things as the Almighty. So in the context of Cameroon, he is the man who has all the powers. And Eric can testify of this. You know, he once told Eric that if he wants, you know, if he just needs to shake his head or move his head and things happen. So we are talking about a man that controls his system. He controls his country. Nothing we can hope for. Nothing there is nothing that can be done to him. He's the most powerful personality in his system. That we know. You know, if he wants to, Chilma can win an election, but Biya can say, okay, listen, If Chiroma won by, say, the result is 72% to 26 or 25%, well, I'm gonna make it 50 or 60% for me and decide what the other guy will have. He has that power. So if we know all those things, the question is, what makes us think that talking will move someone we've been talking to for 60 years or 40 years? So what makes us believe that negotiating with Mr. Biya will suddenly move him? We've tried all those things. Mr. Biya is a repeat offender. We know that. He did it in 92. He did it in 2018. And he's done it again in 2025. He has mastered the game of fooling the Cameroonian people. We know all those things. There is one thing we've not tried before. And I say, let's try it. And because, I believe that, politics is a matter of balance of power. It's the responsibility of the Cameroonian diaspora to step up and help the people on the ground to make sure that those people are protected. Because if we spend time talking, we've been talking for 43 years. If we spend time looking for diplomacy, we've been doing that for at least 20 years. There is one thing we've not tried. We know what the sound of bombs and guns can do. They have the ability to make people think straight. So why not try that? Why not have a conversation with this system on an equal stand? Why can't we? And that is really what the issue is. Fireworks could work. So that's the reason why we've said, okay, listen, we've tried a lot, we've complained a lot. He's not listened to us. He doesn't care. He's shown that again on October 12th. And he's showing that today. Because none of what is being said, whether in the country or out of the country, is moving him. We've seen that, fireworks can change a system. We've seen that in Gabon. We've seen that in Nigeria before. We've seen that in other countries. So I firmly believe that the only language Mr. Biya will understand is the use of force. And I think that, the diaspora has it in its hands. If we try something else that we have not done before, let's see what happens. Let's see if they can still, if Atanganji will still open his eyes, and treating the Cameroonian people when he has, fireworks on the other side too. Let's see if this regime will continue to kill Cameroonians when the regime knows that the people on the other side can respond. Fireworks to fireworks. So that's my approach. It's that we need to try something else. If we've been trying something for 20 years, 30 years, it's not been working. Why not try something else? Let's just see how it's going to go. So that's where I stand.
Thank you, Mr. Modo. That's very well said and very well noted as well, especially since those building blocks, I mean, has to be strategically done. We just wanted to have this very clear that there is an opportunity as well. We are not leaving anything out of the table. So I'm going to hand it over to Herman now to bring in Rebecca to give another point of view on this. So that's why I said this diasporan solution is going to come from different spheres. And we have the people on the table who are bringing those ideas. Let's put them all down and let's get volunteers to participate. And I'm sure Ben is going to share what those building blocks are. And we can move from there, okay? There are diplomatic ways, there are all kinds of ways of resistance. So over to you, Herman. Herman, you're on mute.
OK, sorry. Je disais merci beaucoup, Nagella, merci, Ben. Ça a le mérite d'être clair. Quand on le partage ou pas, en tout cas, ça a le mérite d'être très clair. Merci encore au professeur Achille pour tout le développement au sujet de la diaspora, la possibilité de mobilisation diplomatique, etc. Rebecca Enonchong, très, très, très connue, la petite vidéo dont le professeur Achille parlait, nous l'avons reçue ce matin, très, très intéressante. Nous avons une question pour vous. Jusqu'ici, la plupart des participants, des panélistes ont répondu en anglais. Si ça ne vous pose pas de problème, Rebecca, si vous pouviez répondre à cette question en français. Merci. Au niveau de la façon par laquelle ce régime se maintient, vous avez été assez vocal sur les réseaux sociaux, sur la situation camerounaise, et vous comprenez aussi le côté financier, le côté business, le côté mobilisation des flux financiers. Et vous avez peut-être une bonne compréhension de la façon dont ce régime agit sur les leviers financiers. Comment, d'après vous, ce régime parvient-il à se maintenir économiquement? Où est-ce que la diaspora, Judith parlait de près de 400 millions de dollars qui sont transférés chaque année au Cameroun. Comment est-ce que tout ce flot financier est utilisé par le système pour pouvoir se maintenir?
Merci d'abord de m'avoir invité. Je sais que j'ai déjà participé et que Project C, c'est un peu la famille. Donc, je suis vraiment honorée d'être ici avec les autres panélistes pour lesquels j'ai respect et admiration même. Donc, pour répondre directement à cette question, je vais dire que la guerre, en fait, le combat dans lequel nous sommes, et c'est une guerre, il est asymétrique. Il est asymétrique parce que, comme Ben l'a dit, comme Achille l'a dit tout à l'heure, tout le pouvoir est entre les mains d'un même groupuscule de personnes. On ne peut même pas dire que le régime entier, dire que vraiment un groupuscule de personnes. Et donc, quelle est la possibilité, comment est-ce qu'on peut économiquement leur faire du mal? Et je pense que c'est la réponse à l'une des questions, l'une des préoccupations de Ben et aussi de Achille, elle vient de là. C'est-à-dire que comment est-ce qu'on fait pour prendre le pouvoir? Comment fait-on pour que le résultat des urnes, sorti des urnes le 12 octobre, et ça fait pas tellement longtemps, on fait comme si ça fait des années que et comme je l'ai dit dans ma vie, on est encore dans le combat. C'est-à-dire qu'on a encore nos gens qui sont à la morgue. On a encore nos personnes qui sont en prison. On a des personnes qui sont encore kidnappées tous les jours. Et on est encore dans la réponse. On n'a pas encore baissé les bras. On ne peut pas. Nos camarades qui ont laissé leur vie, même rien que pour eux, on a l'obligation de continuer. Et il y a des idées. Et je pense que chacun va venir avec ses stratégies et ses manières de faire. Et je pense que ce sera un ensemble de choses qui va nous amener là où c'est-à-dire reprendre les rênes. Et le volet diplomatique, il est extrêmement, extrêmement important. Le volet de la mobilisation citoyenne, il est aussi extrêmement important. Comment encadrer ça? Ça, je pense qu'il y a des choses qu'on ne peut même pas dire sur un call comme ça, mais il y a des choses qui sont faites. Si aujourd'hui, je ne sais pas si vous avez tous vu le rapport du GCAM. Pour ceux qui ne savent pas, le GCAM, c'est un peu le groupement des entreprises et des leaders d'entreprises, des chefs d'entreprise au Cameroun. Mais le dernier rapport économique, il est catastrophique. Il est catastrophique. Et ça n'inclut pas le mois de décembre. Donc, je pense qu'il fait une 75 pages environ. Et il dit quoi? Il dit que plus de 40%, presque 50% des entreprises, des grandes et moyennes entreprises ne pourront pas payer leurs charges, ne sont pas en possibilité de payer leurs charges fiscales. Là, actuellement, ne peuvent pas payer leurs taxes. Deuxièmement, encore une fois, presque la moitié des entreprises ne peuvent pas respecter leur engagement envers leur banque, rembourser leurs crédits, ne peuvent pas payer leurs fournisseurs. Je ne sais pas si on a idée on parle de 400 milliards de francs CFA de perdus dans l'économie suite aux élections. C'est catastrophique. Et c'est le genre de catastrophe qui fait qu'on affaiblit le régime. Donc, quand le régime n'a pas cette manne financière, quand l'économie est à terre, ça affaiblit le régime. Et donc, toutes ces stratégies qui peuvent affaiblir le régime, accompagnées par son isolation au niveau international, parce qu'ils ont besoin du soutien financier à l'international. C'est pas seulement les sanctions individuelles, c'est important, parce que people have to be accountable for the lives that we lost. Et on va venger nos morts. Yeah. Donc, mais il faut accompagner tout ça. C'est-à-dire que non seulement il faut accélérer la prise, en fait, parce que les entreprises, quelque part, c'est leur manière aussi de s'exprimer. Et je crois que je l'ai dit lors d'une conférence de presse, j'ai l'impression que les Camerounais pensent que rien ne se passe. Depuis 2 mois, là, que bon, rien ne se passe, on passe à autre chose, on a abandonné le combat. Mais sachez que vous ne voyez peut-être pas comment et combien et aussi fort que les Camerounais s'expriment. Ils s'expriment de la manière dont ils peuvent s'exprimer. C'est-à-dire, on a, par exemple, je donne un exemple, on a l'opération qui a été menée par les camionneurs en décembre. Imaginez que c'est le phénomène de un gendarme a giflé un camionneur quelque part, c'est commun. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé le jour-là? C'est que les camionneurs ont dit qu'on en a marre de ce système et ils se sont levés. C'est la manière dont les Camerounais se sont exprimés. Lorsque les dames à Mutengane se sont mises à terre, se sont couchées sur la route parce qu'il n'y avait pas de courant depuis 9 mois. Vous croyez que c'est seulement parce qu'il n'y avait pas le courant? C'est leur manière d'exprimer leur colère, parce que les Camerounais sont en colère. Et cette colère, elle s'exprime de manière différente. Et les chefs d'entreprise, tels que moi je suis, et on parle de diaspora, mais moi je suis là, je ne suis pas actuellement au pays, mais je vis au Cameroun, je vis ça, je le vis. Et donc les chefs d'entreprise que nous sommes, avons aussi exprimé notre colère d'une manière, et ça se représente, ça se voit dans l'économie, dans notre économie. Et donc, je pense que quand on consolide un certain nombre de tactiques et d'actions, ça représente toute une stratégie. Mais ne soyons pas like not listen. il faut qu'on sache écouter la colère des Camerounais dans chaque secteur et de comprendre que c'est une colère collective qui s'expriment de manière corporatiste. Donc, on va voir que Moulinex a essayé de commencer à s'attaquer aux avocats. Qu'ils tentent. Ils n'attendent que ça. Ils n'attendent que ça pour se mobiliser. Et donc, je pense qu'on est dans un contexte très différent de beaucoup de pays. Je pense par exemple à nos frères en Tanzanie. Il y a des centaines qui ont été tués. Ils ont essayé de marcher. Et eux aussi ont eu une élection qui a été volée. En fait, elle n'a même pas eu lieu, pour dire la vérité. Et la personne qui a fait est encore là. Et donc, on ne peut pas demander, la solution n'est pas aussi évidente oui, il faut voir des centaines de milliers ou des millions de Camerounais qui vont marcher. Ce n'est pas comme ça que le Camerounais réagit. Et donc, comment faire pour reconnaître et soutenir ces mouvements et ces actions qui sont faites sur le terrain, qui sont une représentation de la colère collective pour que ça aille tout dans une même stratégie. Et je pense que là, la diaspora peut beaucoup aider. Moi, je sais qu'il y a trois choses. Hein. Je pense que la diaspora, elle peut aider là, avec ce qu'il y a dans la tête et partager comme Achille et Ben ont essayé de le faire. C'est-à-dire qu'il faut être très précis. On peut participer dans la construction d'un nouveau pays. À quoi ressemblera le Cameroun de demain sous un autre gouvernement et la diaspora peut être active, on dit keyboard warriors. Le président Chiroma, lorsqu'il était parmi nous, a demandé qu'on remercie le président de la Gambie, qu'on remercie la Gambie pour son accueil. Aussi, écrire aux représentants tout ce qu'il y a comme lobbying, c'est important. Et le troisième point, je pense que où la diaspora peut beaucoup aider, c'est financièrement. Il faut des moyens pour mettre en œuvre une bonne partie de cette stratégie. C'est important. Et c'est important, c'est vraiment, vraiment important. Je sais que sur le lien, il y a le lien de Project C qui a souvent levé de l'argent pour soutenir certaines de ces actions. Et c'est important de continuer à faire ça. En ce qui concerne le point, et Nagella l'a bien dit, hein, je suis pas pour prendre les armes. Je ne le suis pas parce que d'abord, je suis anglophone. Et je vois ce que on n'a pas réussi même là-bas. C'est-à-dire que ça n'a pas aidé notre cause. Ça ne nous a pas amené où on devait être. Et quand le professeur Mbembe a évoqué les facteurs que le gouvernement utilise, c'est-à-dire la répression et la corruption, il y a un autre facteur, et je pense que pour nous, au Cameroun, c'est même le plus important. Et c'est cette pression psychologique. C'est la psychologie. C'est-à-dire qu'ils ont réussi à convaincre les Camerounais qui sont incapables de reprendre le pouvoir. Et c'est ça qu'on a fait le 12 octobre. Le 12 octobre, on a dit au monde entier que nous, on peut. We hold the power. On a le pouvoir de changer ce pays. Et je pense que la démonstration de ce pouvoir-là qu'on a montré le 12 octobre, je pense que ça, il faut le travailler. Il faut continuer à comprendre que nous tenons la solution à nos problèmes et nous sommes capables d'y arriver. Et ça, moi, je pense que de toutes les armes qui sont les plus importantes pour nous, pour reprendre le pouvoir qui nous appartient à nous, le peuple, c'est cette bataille psychologique. C'est cette bataille psychologique. Il ne faut pas qu'on baisse les bras. Il ne faut pas qu'on baisse les bras. Ça fait seulement 3 mois qu'on est dans ce combat, qu'on se donne les moyens et qu'on reconnaisse que en 3 mois, on a fait tomber l'économie du Cameroun. My goodness! Let's count our successes. Ce n'est pas seulement des défaites. On peut y arriver. Moi, j'en suis convaincue. J'ai la chance de pouvoir travailler dans une équipe qui conseille un peu le président Chiroma. Et je sais que tous tous ceux dont on parle ici, ils sont en train de travailler dessus. Donc, aidons-les, soutenons-les, mais n'abandonnons pas, parce que c'est notre combat. Et je vous assure, j'en suis sûre, quand on a des intelligences comme celles qui sont sur cet appel, moi-même j'ai peur. Moi-même j'ai peur de ces personnes. Quand on a ces intelligences-là, on ne peut pas, ça ne peut pas nous dépasser. Ça ne peut pas nous dépasser. Il faut juste qu'on y croie. Et cette guerre psychologique qui est menée depuis 60 ans contre le peuple camerounais, il faut qu'on arrive à le vaincre. C'est la peur. Get rid of power. Because power isn't guns. Power is obedience. Donc, tant que le régime arrive à nous faire obéir, c'est que ils auront eu la main sur nous. Donc, moi, vraiment, le message ici, c'est « Don't give up ». Je vous en supplie, n'abandonnez pas. On peut y arriver. On est capable. On est capable. Et bon, les tactiques et les manières, on va trouver les solutions. Du moment où on est d'accord, tous, que on va se battre pour ce changement. On va faire ce combat et toutes les idées, les stratégies, tout ça sera incorporé et on va réussir. On ne lâchera pas le peuple. Merci. I think that's a long answer.
Wow. Merci beaucoup, Rebecca. Avec la même ferveur, la même force, la même hargne, la même houle. Merci, Rebecca. Et on le garde très bien. On n'est qu'à 3 mois. Je ne vais pas continuer dans tout ce que tu as dit, mais je retiens, on n'est qu'à 3 mois. Et beaucoup de Camerounais tendent à oublier qu'on n'est qu'à 3 mois de cette victoire. Et certains pensent que les choses ne se font pas. Pourtant, beaucoup de choses se font. Il y a beaucoup de victoires. On n'appuie pas nécessairement dessus. On continue. Avant de continuer, il y a 3 liens qui sont dans les messages. Il y a un survey dont les résultats seront publiés à la fin de ce Zoom meeting. Il concerne, vous allez pouvoir découvrir, mais prenez le temps, s'il vous plaît, de remplir ce survey. Il y a le lien financier qui a été posté. Rebecca a parlé du besoin de financer toute cette stratégie, de besoin de soutenir la cause. Et le 3e concerne le forum même de Project C, le lien pour joindre le forum de Project C. Il y a énormément de travail, pas assez de personnes. La diaspora est très engagée et très souvent, on remarque que la diaspora est très importante, mais il y a peu de personnes qui s'impliquent. En 2024, le Cameroun est devenu le premier contributeur à l'immigration au Québec. Ça, c'était pour la toute première fois que ça arrivait depuis que l'immigration existe. C'était la France, généralement, suivi des pays arabes, des pays maghrébins comme l'Algérie. Mais le Cameroun, sur les 24 000 immigrants reçus, le Cameroun seul en avait 12 000. C'est dit combien la diaspora est capable. Donc, on revient sur ce que Rebecca a dit sur le plan économique. On se souvient qu'après l'élection, la seule fois et pour la première fois où on a vu les gouverneurs, les préfets, les sous-préfets descendre dans les marchés pour encourager les gens, fermer les boutiques de ceux qui ne voulaient pas sortir, c'est lorsqu'on a parlé de boycott économique. Donc, ça signifie peut-être que ça travaille quelque chose. Voilà, ça fait mal. On a vu le gouverneur lui-même aller au marché, essayer d'acheter des choses, amener des caméras, pour montrer qu'il faille sortir, qu'il faut continuer. Les sous-préfets, ils étaient tous vent debout. Dans la moindre circonscription camerounaise, sous-préfecture, c'est comme si le mot d'ordre était « Attention, ils sont en train de toucher un point sensible. Il ne faut pas qu'ils continuent sur ce point-là. » Donc, ce que Rebecca dit est vraiment fondamental. Et quelqu'un a écrit dans les commentaires « J'aime Rebecca parce qu'elle est pratique. » Elle est pratique, elle dit des choses, elle donne des chiffres. Donc, ça, c'est vraiment bien. On n'aimerait pas te perdre, Rebecca. On voudrait que chaque fois, si c'est possible, le professeur Achille l'a dit aussi, l'isolation diplomatique pendant qu'on le fait parallèlement à l'action économique. Ça, on a l'impression qu'on a peut-être le bon bout de ce côté-là en joignant ces deux efforts. Vraiment, merci Rebecca.
Mobilisation citoyenne. Donc ça, c'est le 3e levier, la mobilisation citoyenne qui peut se représenter de manière non conventionnelle. C'est-à-dire que la mobilisation citoyenne, elle n'est pas uniquement aller marcher dans la rue. Il y a beaucoup de choses qu'on peut faire qui sont mobiliser la population pour le but total, mais sans que ce soit dans la rue, forcément. Ça ne veut pas dire que ça ne va jamais se passer. C'est tout simplement que il faut mélanger. En fait, il faut. Sorry, my French sometimes I forget the words. Il faut pouvoir fédérer des actions différentes qui vont dans le même sens pour la stratégie, qui est celle de complètement isoler et ce régime et l'empêcher de pouvoir fonctionner. Et je pense qu'on s'en rend pas compte, hein, mais on y est presque. On y est presque. Regardez, il n'arrive même pas à nommer un nouveau gouvernement. Il n'arrive même pas à le faire. Pourquoi? Si ce n'est le résultat des élections et des actions entre les élections et maintenant. Je vous dis que c'est nous qui sous-estimons notre pouvoir. C'est nous qui le sous-estimons. Les gars ont peur. Ils ont peur de nous. Moi, si je ne peux pas rentrer là au pays, moi, je veux rentrer. J'ai mes gens qui pensent que je les ai abandonnés. Non, c'est parce que je sais qu'ils savent. Ils savent combien on arrive à les mettre à les tenir. Ils le savent. C'est nous qui ne connaissons pas notre pouvoir. Eux, ils connaissent notre pouvoir. Et j'espère que à la sortie de ce meeting qui est hyper important, merci encore Project C. You brought together incredible, amazing people, many of whom are longtime friends, but it's always good to sit and have these types of very, very important discussions that remobilize all of us. And get us to working together towards a common goal. And I'm sure, given l'engagement annoncé par tous, on va avoir le meilleur plan. Et je vous dis que rien que cette réunion-là, rien que cet échange-là, ça les déstabilise. Ça les déstabilise. On dit que le gars, et puis en fait, et le président Chiromaki vient nous rejoindre. My goodness, don't underestimate what you have achieved. Don't let us, as a Cameroonian people, we have suffered so much. We have suffered so much. But you know, we can do this. We can do this. Please, like, don't give up. On peut y arriver.
Rebecca.
Le président Chiroma, il va nous aider à y arriver. C'est notre instrument.
Merci Rebecca. Si on t'arrête pas vraiment, si on t'arrête pas Rebecca, tu vas tenir en haleine tout le pays, même le continent.
Non, sorry.
Merci. Oui, on rappelle juste les liens, s'il vous plaît, s'il est possible de prendre le survey avant la fin de ce Zoom. S'il est possible de joindre aussi le forum WhatsApp de Project C et de regarder au lien de contribution. Ce serait très bien de participer aussi. On va aller à une nouvelle personne qui n'a pas encore pris la parole. Armelle Mbappe. Avec tout le travail.
Before Armelle, let's go to Bernard. So thank you so much, Rebecca. Rebecca, you nailed it. The psychology, that's the first war. You know, resistance, that's another war. They have to be complementary, right? But this defeatist attitude that we have to change it. So I'm just going to, because I really want to hear how the diasporans would engage. Rebecca, you have said it all. Our brains, our finances, our keyboards, right? Let's do it. Fill those surveys. Go to Project C, join. So I'm going to go now to Bernard, and then we'll go to Armelle. Bernard, through Beyond Africa, you tell our stories, you tell our African stories, you interject the Cameroonian problem in context of the Africans. Talk to us about the stories that we tell ourselves that keep us defeated, that keep us passive. Why? Why is this diasporan so passive? Why do we get defeated so quickly? We say things will never change. One person can make a difference. There's nothing for you back home. Those are the things that we hear every day when we try to reach out to our friends and family. My daughter just reached out to me a few minutes ago after, hearing Rebecca. She cannot understand the word of French, but she said, "Oh, Sean, finally I hear Cameroonians passionate." where do these narratives come from, and how do we, the diaspora, unknowingly reinforce this very defeatism that keeps us stuck? Can you address that, Bernard? And how can we diasporans get out from that slumber?
Thank you so much, Dr. Nagella. Thank you, everyone, especially Project C, for putting this together. I think that is a fundamental question that we need to look at it entirely from experience and from the pragmatic side of it. I would want to keep away all the academic analysis and focus entirely on what experience has shown me and what I hear from others, especially when I talk to them, both on the screen and off camera. The first thing is both Ben, Modo, and Rebecca have alluded to them. One, Rebecca alluded to the psychology that we have been given that we cannot change anything. Previously, we were told that Cameroon's army was invisible and nobody could fight that army. But for 10 years, foot soldiers, amber boys, ragtag soldiers have been holding them at bay in the northwest and the southwest and Bazonia, southern Cameroon, West Cameroon, however you want to call it. So that psychology is already punctured, and it all depends now on how Cameroonians can exploit that strategy, because Ben rightly said that the government of the regime led by Paul Biya understands only one language, and that language must be at par. If you compete with him or with them with a language that they don't understand and they know they're going to beat it every time, they definitely know that you are not competing. You are simply showing off. And this is what I hear from people, right? Some say we should take different strategies, but the overall goal here should be, can we just sit down as a group and do a scenario analysis and evaluation of what has happened since 1993 till today, or since 1982 or 1960 till today, to look at the strategies that worked and those that did not work. On the one hand, we could say that in 1993, the boycotts, the strikes led to the organization of the tripartite conferences. And on the other hand, we can also say that the ragtag boys in the northwest and the southwest, the voices, have succeeded to push the government to the grand national dialogue. But again, there is an aspect of the diaspora that we need to take into consideration. When President Trump was leaving power in 2020, Paul Biya was in his bad books. Trump comes back in 2024, and surprisingly, Paul Biya is a partner with whom he can collaborate. Even though the Senate Foreign Affairs Chair Committee, the US Senate Foreign Affairs Committee chairperson actually said that Paul Biya rigged elections. He is creating an enabling environment for Boko Haram to operate. But then on the other hand, we see the Secretary of State confirming that Paul Biya is collaborating in the fight against Boko Haram. So what changed within those 4 years? That question should come back to the diaspora. And my observation is, when the Anglophone crisis started, or the war started, there was adequate lobbying and advocacy throughout DC. When that died down, I bet you Paul Biya came up with his government and his own partners to shape the narrative. And that narrative was shaped by using lobby firms. I have a video on that on my channel. For those who've not seen it, you can go to the Beyond Africa podcast and watch. I detail some of the lobby firms that Paul Biya used and is still using to shape the narrative. Now, why do I bring this? It is important to know what matters and how the foreign world listens. Before I talk about that, you would understand that after the Constitutional Council declared Paul Biya a winner, he did not care about what Cameroonians did. All he did was deployed troops to attack all those who were going to reclaim President Chiruma's victory. On the other hand, it's visible. We've not seen this before. He spent maybe enough time and money to get congratulatory messages from different countries. And the European Union has not congratulated him till today. The US Embassy congratulated him on his inauguration. Why is he doing that? Because he believes that if he uses force within, he only needs the external communication for the diplomatic world to recognize him as president, and that is where he gets his legitimacy from. So while we are encouraging Cameroonians on the ground to use all the resources they have to fight, to move towards a change in the regime, we also need to consider the role of the diaspora. We cannot keep the diaspora away. We cannot keep foreign governments away, because no matter what you do internally, externally, there must be a backup force. If you go through the armed method, you need to be backed up by some movement abroad, by some foreign missions. If you go through the strikes, through the protests, through the boycotts, you also need that foreign support, because whatever method you use, the reaction from Paul Biya's regime is the same. He kills, he kidnaps, he tortures. That is it. And then on the other side, he corrupts. That is internationally. I'm not blaming the lobby firms for doing their job. It is their job. But then what do we do? What do we have to do? We also have to speak with a language that to ensure that whatever we are doing at home also has some support abroad. Those are my thoughts. Then, for the diaspora, it would be amazing to see Project C's philosophy around the presidential election replicate, where we have a broad-based platform that identifies people who can go into the election, whether they're going to the election as an end or whatsoever, but the strategy should be the election is a means to an end, not an end in itself. Because for the last 15 or so years, I stopped deceiving myself that any election could be organized in Cameroon for free, and we expect a free and fair result out of that election. The only thing I believe is that this regime did not come to power through any elections, and they will never leave through elections. So I don't believe that we should be thinking about that. Then, at the current moment, I'm interviewing lots of Nigerians, and these Nigerians, they are doing some advocacy on the Hill and in the United States. And what is important is, before Trump left during his first mandate, he already designated Nigeria a country of particular concern. When Joe Biden came in, that designation was stripped. When Trump returned, that designation continued, meaning there has been sustained communication between the Nigerians and the policymakers out here. Now, why is this important? It is important because Trump's action in the United States changes action back in Nigeria. Let us not kid ourselves. It is true that sovereignty and whatsoever belongs to us, but Paul Biya does not listen to Cameroonians. And he has only 3 things he does on Cameroonians. Those have been spoken at length today. So if we want to really shape the future to be the future that we want, we need, as the diaspora, to build our advocacy, our lobbying, and our structures around a system that tells us, that first of all convinces us that what we are doing can actually bring change at home. That is very important, because when I speak to these Nigerians, I'm sure those of you who are listening to the news, I interviewed one of the Nigerians, and he said that the Nigerian government is not interested in advocacy or in lobbying around Washington, D.C. But as soon as Trump started acting, the Nigerian government on, I think it was on Thursday or on Wednesday, they signed a lobbying partnership with a firm in Washington, D.C., and they're paying that firm $9 million, I think, per month, just to get things done, to change the narrative and to shape their image. Just to say that African governments pay a lot of attention when foreign governments speak. So whatever way we are taking, we should pay attention as a diaspora. We can demonstrate, we can write letters to policymakers or even to senators and representatives until that is shaped in a way as a strategic communication tool. We will not have the results we expect.
This meeting is being recorded.
We can discuss about this in a smaller framework to discuss how those things work. And of course, the interest. What is the interest here?
The recording has stopped.
Some people are now thinking that I'm calling on the United States or France or Belgium or whosoever to come and take over Cameroon. In the world of today, the current geopolitical setup, you must be strategic enough to understand that you have to give to take. So when it's a win-win, it works. And if any country is coming now to take everything from Cameroon, what do we lose? What do we really have? For over 60 years, what have we had? Everything is going. We recently heard about the gold that was siphoned and taken out of Cameroon. And that was not by mistake, it's all intentional because they have refused to put systems in place. So I just think that we need to tell ourselves that we can change our trajectory by defining what we want, shaping it how we want it, and also communicating around those things the way we want to communicate around them. And it shouldn't be a binary or a zero-sum game where it is either or. I don't think that is what is going to work. And I think that is one of the strategies that has weakened the Ambazonian movement and weakened it in such a way that it's now considered a lost battle. Whereas if it were shaped around different scenarios and possibilities, actors and stakeholders, that should have taken us to a point where we continue putting pressure on the regime in Yaoundé. So bottom line, as the diaspora, we should wrap our heads together, talk to ourselves, identify what has worked in other countries, what is working for other people, and emulate them. Cameroon, they always say, "Le Cameroun, c'est le Cameroun." But Cameroon is like any other country in Africa. Pain is pain. Yeah. Pain does not have a language. Pain does not have a nationality. Pain does not have a philosophy. Once you are poor, you are poor. Once you cannot go to the hospital and you see your people dying, it's the same thing Nigerians are going through, Zambians, Burkina Faso, everybody. So we should simply copy examples that have worked elsewhere or that are working. I was talking, somebody connected me to someone in Kenya who followed my podcast and then came over to me and put us in communication. And he asked me, but how is the opposition in Cameroon working to change the narrative? I told him, I'm sorry, but it's difficult for the opposition to come together. He said that cannot happen. In 2008, the opposition in Kenya came together, worked together, and tried as much as possible to get the gains they have had today. This does not mean that 100% of the opposition came together, but the diaspora played a significant role through financing. Financing. Rebecca has made this very clear. Money, when money talks, things happen. So if it's possible to bring that platform where you sponsor the politicians to do what they're supposed to do, you are Cameroonians, we are Cameroonians, we can do that. Nobody stops that.
Bernard, that's exactly what Project C is about. You know, getting these ideas, formulating them, and carving out a path. So please follow these podcasts. Let's sit down, join each of these different platforms, whether it's through Resistance, whether it's through our keyboards, financially. Please join and let's do this together. We are all together in this fight. So Herman, are you there? Herman? Yes. So I think last week, Armelle set the fireworks going with her emotion about what the diaspora, this is all dependent on the diaspora. Let's engage Armelle with what she thinks can work, with the background that she has, especially engaging with all of these political leaders. Let's engage Armelle. Armelle, are you there? Okay, thank you. Herman, go ahead.
I'm here. Désolée, je ne suis pas dans les meilleures conditions.
Okay. But Herman is just going to ask you a question. You can answer.
Oui, Armelle, même si tu n'es pas dans les meilleures conditions, on te connaît, tu peux quand même t'adapter. On a la chance d'avoir des professeurs, le professeur Achille Mbembe, le docteur Chris, etc. Mais on sait que tu as été très, très, très active au Cameroun et maintenant dans la diaspora, de façon vraiment honnête. Hein. Au niveau de l'Europe se passe pour les prochaines étapes. Est-ce que tu nous écoutes, Armelle?
Armelle, are you still there? Can you hear Herman? I think here she is. Armelle?
Okay. Armelle, tu es muté. Tu es muté. On ne t'écoute pas. OK.
Alors, je n'ai pas suivi la question.
Oui, tu as été très actif au Cameroun, même politiquement. Maintenant, tu te retrouves du côté de l'Europe. Tu mènes le même combat, peut-être à un autre niveau, avec plus de ressources. Comment ça se passe, l'activité maintenant, ton activisme en Europe versus ce que tu avais imaginé? Et quels sont les leviers sur lesquels tu t'appuies pour les prochaines étapes? À quoi est-ce qu'on peut s'attendre dans le futur proche?
Alors, je vais apporter d'abord certaines précisions. C'est vrai qu'au Cameroun, je m'intéressais déjà à la politique et que j'ai dû partir du Cameroun du fait du manque d'opportunités et puis de visibilité par rapport à mon avenir professionnel. Je sortais fraîchement de l'école de traduction et d'interprétation. Donc, je ne suis pas à la base activiste. Je me suis retrouvée là dans le combat politique et dans la campagne par amour pour le Cameroun. Donc, je peux dire que je suis un peu comme beaucoup de Camerounais, comme le président Tiroma aujourd'hui. J'ai été contrainte de l'exil parce que ce n'était pas mon choix. J'ai fini mes études, je voulais travailler au Cameroun, je voulais me structurer au Cameroun avant d'aller voir ailleurs. Donc, dans ce combat politique, aujourd'hui on parlait de la diaspora. Je veux d'abord encore féliciter le président élu Issa Chiroma Bakari qui nous a fait l'honneur de nous parler ici aujourd'hui et qui est lui-même déjà aussi membre de la diaspora pour un temps. Voilà, donc c'est un honneur pour nous. Et pendant tout le long de sa campagne, il l'a dit clairement, il a martelé. Il a compris très vite que la diaspora est une composante incontournable. La diaspora est une dimension du peuple camerounais qu'il va falloir intégrer pleinement dans la gouvernance. Parce que ces Camerounais qui sont loin du Cameroun accompagnent en fait le peuple camerounais pour amortir le choc de tout ce que cette dictature fait subir à la population. La diaspora, en fait, joue le rôle que devrait jouer l'État parce que l'État est défaillant. L'État a démissionné dans son rôle régalien de prendre soin de la population, protéger, donner des services publics et puis protéger les plus vulnérables. Donc, la diaspora assure la sécurité sociale informelle. Alors, moi, dans la diaspora, j'ai choisi d'aller à l'offensive dans ce combat parce que, au bout d'un moment, je me suis dit, si on ne s'engage pas, j'ai des enfants. Moi, mon projet, à moyen terme ou à court terme même, c'est retourner au Cameroun. Je n'ai pas vocation à rester hors de mon pays. Et si nous voulons que les choses bougent, que les choses changent, il faut se jeter dans la bataille. Il faut dire les choses, d'autant plus que ceux qui sont restés au Cameroun, beaucoup sont muselés, beaucoup sont tétanisés, beaucoup sont dépassés par les événements, beaucoup sont terrorisés par un régime qui est fortement militarisé et qui kidnappe les gens, même nuitamment de leur maison, juste parce qu'ils ont exprimé des opinions politiques. Donc, dans la diaspora, moi, j'ai choisi, comme beaucoup d'autres Camerounaises et Camerounais, d'être en première ligne, de dire ce que ceux qui sont au pays ressentent, ce qu'ils vivent, ce que nous-mêmes nous avions vécu quand on était encore là-bas et qu'eux ne peuvent pas être vraiment aujourd'hui. C'est dommage qu'on en soit arrivé là. C'est-à-dire, on est dans un pays, comme vous le savez, où exprimer une opinion politique contradictoire ou alors qui ne s'épouse pas la ligne de la dictature, c'est se mettre en danger de mort. C'est mettre sa vie en péril. Donc, dans les semaines, les mois à venir, nous allons continuer à presser. Nous allons continuer à utiliser tous les moyens qui sont à notre disposition. Aujourd'hui, la technologie et les médias alternatifs nous ont donné la possibilité de faire entendre notre voix et surtout de nous informer. Parce qu'avant,
think we lost. Did we lose Armelle?
Parler entre Camerounais. Déjà, oui.
Go ahead, Armelle. Go ahead.
Avantage significatif aujourd'hui. On ne peut plus être muselé. Et moi, je veux davantage encourager et soutenir ces Camerounais, comme Jean-Bertrand Mang, comme le jeune maire qui est à Douala, ou d'autres Camerounaises et Camerounais qui osent, étant au Cameroun, prendre la parole. Donc nous, ici dans la diaspora, nous devons davantage donner de la force à ces Camerounais, parce que la fournaise dans laquelle ils opèrent au Cameroun, franchement, c'est étouffant, c'est dangereux. C'est dangereux même de dire la vérité, de dénoncer étant au Cameroun. Donc nous, dans la diaspora, étant donné qu'on a ce privilège-là, on a la possibilité de nous exprimer, la possibilité de relayer ce que vivent nos frères et sœurs et la population au Cameroun. Nous ne devons pas nous priver des outils qui sont à notre pour amplifier cette voix, pour que le monde dans le carnage qui est en train de se faire au Cameroun et que la pression peut avantage cette dictature qui a j'ai aimé l'analyse qui a été faite ici en disant que en 92 et en 2018, l'opposition avait gagné, mais on n'avait pas suffisamment de preuves. On avait des preuves, on avait, on avait des choses parcellaires et tout, mais cette fois-ci, on a une fraude électorale qui est documentée, on a des preuves irréfutables, on a des vidéos, on a des éléments audio, il y a tellement de preuves qui accablent ce régime que aujourd'hui, le régime est comme des gens qui ont fait un braquage. Ils ont le butin, mais ils n'ont pas la paix. Ils ont le butin, mais ils savent qu'à un moment donné, ils vont être rattrapés et qu'ils vont devoir rendre gauche. Donc, pour moi, la diaspora est un atout. La diaspora est déterminante. La diaspora ne doit plus se taire parce que la diaspora parle même au Cameroun. Chaque pension ou frais de scolarité qui sont payés, chaque soins médicaux qui sont réglés, les lois, les que la diaspora a su au Cameroun. Elle a toujours été présente, malgré le fait que le régime ait tout fait pour éloigner cette diaspora, pour disperser les Camerounais un peu partout dans le monde et pour les tenir à l'écart de la vie politique, de la vie civique et sociale du Cameroun. La diaspora a toujours été présente. La diaspora a toujours été là. Et la diaspora doit amplifier ce qu'elle a l'habitude. Parce que sans la diaspora, on aurait déjà eu beaucoup d'autres émeutes de la faim. On aurait déjà eu vraiment des débordements et des mouvements sociaux indescriptibles au Cameroun. Donc, je veux dire à la diaspora que le président Tiroma veut réhabiliter la diaspora, lui donner la place qu'elle mérite. Parce qu'aucune grande nation ne s'est construite sans l'apport de la diaspora, que ce soit la France, la Chine, l'Italie, et en Afrique, on voit comment ça se passe au Nigeria, au Ghana, au Sénégal, au Mali. Comment est-ce que la diaspora est chouchoutée, elle est accueillie, on lui fait de la place et elle apporte une contribution significative dans la gouvernance, sur le plan politique, sur le plan économique, sur le plan social. Donc, ce que la diaspora espère aujourd'hui et qu'elle a trouvé dans le programme et le projet de l'Union pour le changement, porté par le président Tiroma, qui a gagné effectivement les élections, c'est qu'on lui donne la place qui est la sienne, qu'elle puisse apporter son expertise, qu'elle puisse apporter sa contribution, qu'elle puisse aller au-delà de ce qu'elle a pu faire jusqu'à présent, parce que ce pays est notre pays à tous. Ce pays, en fait, la dictature a donné l'impression qu'il il y avait des Camerounais privilégiés, il y avait des Camerounais qui sont plus Camerounais que d'autres. Non, les Camerounais, beaucoup de Camerounais aujourd'hui ont quitté le Cameroun, pas de leur propre gré. Ils ont quitté le Cameroun par dépit, parce qu'il n'y a pas de perspective, parce qu'il n'y a pas d'opportunités. Les opportunités sont réservées pour une catégorie. Et là où ils se trouvent, le désir et le languissement de la plupart de ces Camerounais, c'est de retourner. Et l'opportunité en or, sans même parler de la question de la double nationalité, il l'a déjà dit. Le président Chiroma a dit sauter le verrou sur la double nationalité. Parce qu'il est hors de question que des étrangers aujourd'hui puissent acquérir avec autant de facilité la nationalité camerounaise, mais des Camerounais qui ont choisi peut-être par nécessité de prendre d'autres nationalités sont déchus automatiquement de leur nationalité, alors qu'ils sont des Camerounais de père et de mère. Donc, on sait toutes ces incongruités-là que la gouvernance Chiroma a promis de venir corriger, et c'est pour ça que la diaspora aujourd'hui doit travailler, oui, en profondeur encore ses projets, ses propositions, et puis tout ce qu'elle peut apporter à la nouvelle gouvernance qui va se mettre en place. Parce que nous avons cette conviction-là que Paul Biya a perdu l'élection. Il est hors de question qu'un président illégitime, qu'un président qui n'est même plus en capacité en fait de diriger un pays, qui est pris en otage, qui a conduit le Cameroun dans le gouffre, qui continue à rester là, instrumentalisé par son entourage, et que la jeunesse soit sacrifiée, l'avenir de tant de Camerounais en fait soit un tableau sombre. Nous ne pouvons plus accepter ça. Donc, il faut que la diaspora mette encore beaucoup plus d'énergie, que la diaspora agisse encore beaucoup plus pour mettre la pression diplomatique, pour mettre la à partir, parce qu'ils partiront. Ça, c'est une certitude. Ils finiront par céder, par partir, parce que tous les signaux sont là, qui montrent que rien ne va au Cameroun. On nous présente un budget, en fait, dans ce budget-là, entre 65 et 70%, est constitué par l'emprunt et le matraquage fiscal. Ce qui veut dire que c'est encore les Camerounais qui vont trinquer. Et quand ils sont ponctionnés comme ça, on ne voit pas de résultats. Donc l'argent finit encore dans les poches des mêmes. Et on a des ressources naturelles, on a des matières premières au Cameroun qui sont exploitées clandestinement, et on a des scandales, comme récemment le scandale de l'or. Et il y a tellement d'argent qui part du Cameroun, qui est accaparé par les mêmes prédateurs et cette oligarchie. Et ces ressources-là, les retombées de ces ressources ne sont pas incluses dans le budget. Et aujourd'hui, l'avenir de plusieurs générations est déjà hypothéqué. D'emblée, on est en train d'endetter 2, 3, 4 générations et on ne produit rien. Le pays ne va nulle part, le pays est à l'arrêt. Donc, la diaspora est l'atout majeur pour l'avenir du Cameroun. Et la diaspora doit jouer pleinement son rôle. Et c'est pour ça que nous n'allons pas nous taire, nous n'allons pas nous fatiguer, et nous allons pousser encore beaucoup plus loin. Bon, je voulais terminer cette première prise de parole. Please, I'm sorry. I wanted to end this first shot by saying that I'm very humbled by the type of the personalities here in the panel, because it's the first time I'm meeting many of them, and it is an honor for me. And I also want to thank our big brother, Eric Chinje, and all the team, because this is a wonderful opportunity for to bring together people of this quality and of this standing. I am very, very humbled, and I am very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Armelle. Thank you so much. That was well said. Every word matters. And that's true. The diaspora is the solution. We are the solution. president-elect is counting on us to bring our emotions like this, to come up with this solution. So at this point, Judith is going to send out a survey, because remember, the whole idea is, what can the diaspora do? What is the win-win situation for the diaspora? So there's going to be a poll coming out on what the diaspora. Judith, did you want to say something?
Yes, I was just going to say there's just not one poll. Quite a few polls have gone out. Mike has been sending them in the background. So my plea is that people should be taking those polls. At the end of this, we will read those polls and the results and listen to what people have been saying. So please do take the polls. There are quite a few polls that Mike has sent out for you guys to take. So we all participate in this.
The critical issue is, what do we want? What do we want out of this, and what can we give? So please answer those questions so we can tally them all, because we need this data to be able to get to the next strategy. Because we need to use it. We have defined the problem. We know what the problem is. We all have the solutions. We have the intellect. We have the finance to solve these problems. We just need to put a strategy in place. So please get involved. I just want to finish this section by asking each of our benevolent, articulate speakers, give us 3 pointers each as take-home action items for the diaspora. I know you have put them in your long, passionate discussions, but just give us 3 pointers. And I'm going to start with Professor Mbembe. You actually articulated it, but I just want something that people can take home with them. What are 3 things that the diaspora can start off with? Professor Mbembe, are you there? Okay, if Professor Mbembe is not there, Ben, I'll move this over to you. Ben Modo. I know you highlighted them, but just give us 3 key pointers. You're on mute. You're on mute. Okay.
You want to go back to him?
Yeah, let's go back to Professor Mbembe. Sorry, thanks, Ben. 3 key pointers, and
please go ahead. I have a few problems following because the volume is very low.
Okay, I'll put the question in the chat while Ben goes ahead. Ben,
yes,
go ahead.
Yeah, Ben can go ahead, please.
And let's do this briefly, because we've been on the air already for almost 3 hours. Ben, go ahead.
All right, Nagella. There's one thing we know, it's and that thing is that the thing dictators like the most is peace. Because if you are in peace with dictators, they spend the time they need doing what they want, and so they will do everything they want to do, and they will be the happiest people on earth as long as Cameroonians are saying, well, there's nothing we can do, or as long as Cameroonians are focusing on the wrong things. Just take a look at this regime. Each single time the regime has been in trouble, what have they done? How did they react? If you know how they reacted, then you know what they are counting on to stay where they are. So I personally believe that the longer we spend time beating around the bush, the longer we spend time talking about things that don't directly threaten them, they are fine. And as long as we talk diplomacy, I mean, none of us has more money than this regime. So how are you going to compete with this regime when this regime can put 5-10 times what you have in diplomacy, in lobbying, than you can?
Ben, actionable items. Let's hear. What do we do
I told you, Nagella, fireworks, you know, and we need to think that way. We need to come to a point as a diaspora for Cameroon that something has to be done. And it has to be done, and we need to do that quickly, because the longer we stay, the more difficult it becomes. So the main action point is going to have to be to organize, to make sure that something happens on the ground. I don't want to go into the details of that.
Absolutely.
But fireworks is what we need on the ground. Now, that doesn't take away all of the above. So I'm not saying let's go the fireworks route and then let's forget about lobbying and diplomacy and everything else. I'm saying our approach needs to be an all of the above approach, where we do what we are doing, but at the same time, let's prepare for that possibility. If we don't do that, we remain weak.
Thank you. Thank you, Ben. Well said. And I'm jotting down the points. And I know that there's going to be some strategy around building those blocks towards organizing, towards fireworks. If you agree with Ben, most of us do, please reach out, and we will start creating organizations that work towards that. We're going to move over now to Professor Mbembe. Are you ready now? I put the question on.
Yes, I'm ready. Can I go ahead?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. Okay. First of all, thank you very much. And I learned a lot from what I have heard. I would say that there are still two questions pending. First of all, how do we go about bringing this regime down, and bringing it down as soon as possible? Because the longer it is there, the worse the situation is getting. So I think that there have been a lot of responses to and proposals as to how we can fasten this process. It's clear that we'll have to use various mechanisms. Rebecca called it mélanger les stratégies. I totally agree with that. But there is a second very important point. Once the regime is down, what do we replace it with? We also have to prepare what comes after. How, for instance, do we reform the state? How do we reform the Constitutional Council? How do we develop an economic and fiscal policy that is fair to everyone? What do we do with education, healthcare, arts and culture, sports policy? Do we need a Bill of Rights? Do we need independent institutions capable of making sure that we never go back to the kind of regime we have had for 43 years? I believe that it's just as important to focus on those issues by putting together working groups that mobilize not only around our grievances, but also about solutions. Working groups drawing on the amazing expertise that we have. And I really believe that Project C can help in doing that. So reducing those ideas, building on the basis of our collective intelligence in order to prepare the after is definitely part of our predicament. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. So well said. And I have charted all of those down. Thank you so much for the wisdom that we have. Who is on right now? So we just had Armelle speak. Bernard, Bernard, go ahead. 3 actionable items that you want the diaspora to take on from today.
Yes, thank you. The first is to identify those who are coordinated on the ground and can facilitate coordination on the ground to enhance and expand the citizen education or collaboration or whatever we want on the ground. I say this because, and of course, these should be people whose vision align with the vision of Project C or the diaspora. That is very important because whatever way you are taking it, we need coordination on the ground. The second point is creating a platform of forces that is very neutral, without specifying or supporting one person or one agenda, but making sure that there is a clear organization that sees to it that the stakeholders in the platform are moving towards a particular goal. If the stakeholders in the platform are moving, say, towards elections, municipal, legislative, you collaborate with them on key terms, either recognizing the elections, one, as a means to an end, or whatever strategy you want to put around there, because there must be something that converges and there is a need for a trigger for the change. And then the third one is while in the diaspora structure and move around what we need, because whatever happens at home has implications abroad. I'm saying this coming from the experience of the Amazonian movement. The fighting was happening on the ground. There was great diplomacy. There was great support, but things flipped, and now we're seeing arrests all over the place. Why? Because, as Ben said, the government has injected so much money. But how do we fight this? How do we work around this? Is what needs to be put in place and studied or discussed about by those who are willing to do such discussions or such brainstorming. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. Dr. Chris Fomunyoh, and if you can just respond in French as well, just so that we get a balance of this discussion. Dr.
Sure.
Chris Fomunyoh, yes.
Yes, sure, thank you. And you asked for 3 pointers that we could take home and work with.
Yes.
And I would say the first one is intentionality. We have to intensify what it is we've been doing. We cannot approach relationship building, diplomacy, and everything else as if we were living under normal times. The country, Cameroon, is really on the brink. There have been many times when we thought we hit the rock bottom and it keeps going down. We're really now at an inflection point, and we have to intensify what it is each and every one of us has been doing so far. Secondly, aggregation. We have to find ways to aggregate our efforts. We must recognize that the Cameroonian diaspora for a long time has been quite fragmented, especially since the crisis or the war, the Anglophone crisis in 2016, 2017, the diaspora has been very fragmented. And after the elections of 2018, the diaspora that was most mobilized was the diaspora that identified with the MRC and Maurice Kamto. At this point in time, and this is where Project C can help, we should define a message that can reunite, can bring together all the diaspora forces so we can aggregate our efforts to be able to have maximum impact. The third pointer is for us to have contingency planning, and Project C also can take the lead in this. We should be planning for the day after, as Professor Achille Mbembe said. We should have in place even subsets, databases with subsets of expertise, so that at the right moment, without having to wait a heartbeat, people can be activated and mobilized to be part of the rebuilding and reconstruction process. everyone is very proud of Ghana's achievements today, but some of us, I worked on Ghana when there was only one street from the downtown Accra to the airport. So I've seen that evolution, and we have a tremendous diaspora that is so rich that everyone talks about. But if we don't have a database with subsets of expertise and qualifications, we may miss an opportunity. And I've seen a country like the DRC that missed the opportunity when Mobutu fell, just because they weren't prepared for the day after. And they weren't able to activate all of their expertise in record time. And I think that would be a third pointer for me. Avec votre permission, j'aimerais vraiment rendre un hommage particulier au professeur Achille Mbembe. J'ai été très touché de savoir qu'il avait accepté, il avait donné son accord pour participer dans la discussion de ce jour. Il fait la fierté de l'Afrique. Et au moment où notre continent, l'Afrique, si on déborde même notre cadre proprement camerounais, au moment où l'Afrique est en train de se chercher et de chercher sa voie sur cette question de démocratie et de la bonne gouvernance, je suis très fier de savoir que les références dans les discussions sur notre continent, toutes les références sont camerounaises. On parle d'Achille Mbembe et de bien d'autres. Et je voudrais le rassurer que ces sorties constituent une source d'inspiration. Parce que depuis le mois d'octobre, il y a beaucoup de nos compatriotes qui pensent que la lumière, le soleil ne se lèvera plus. Mais lorsqu'ils entendent des personnalités comme Achille porter leur voix, ça contribue à la résistance, ça donne la motivation aux jeunes qui sont restés derrière pour continuer à se battre, et ça peut galvaniser la diaspora pour se réunir afin de travailler avec beaucoup plus de force. Je voudrais juste attirer l'attention des participants sur le fait que dans la dernière sortie d'Achille dans Jeune Afrique, justement, il a identifié 2 piliers pour le combat au Cameroun. 2 piliers qui devraient créer des synergies. Il s'agit de la jeunesse et de la diaspora. Et je crois que nous, de la diaspora, nous devons tout faire. Nous devons œuvrer davantage pour intégrer les jeunes, la jeunesse camerounaise dans nos discussions, dans nos planifications stratégiques, et de multiplier les interactions avec cette jeunesse parce qu'elle est mobilisée, elle désire le changement, parce qu'elle voit qu'elle n'a pas d'avenir avec ce régime. Donc, si nous pouvons démultiplier ces connexions, ça nous fera énormément, en fait, ça va multiplier les possibilités de succès dans ce combat que nous sommes en train de mener. Beaucoup de réformes qui sont envisagées, et donc on parle, c'est des réformes qui pourraient ouvrir de nouvelles perspectives pour notre jeunesse. Il faut que cette jeunesse soit sensibilisée dans le fait que descendre dans la rue, ce n'est pas seulement pour manifester sa colère, mais c'est aussi pour se battre pour un avenir qui pourra être différent. Et nous devrons continuer à intégrer ces perspectives dans nos échanges avec la jeunesse camerounaise. Je suis très optimiste. Je suis très optimiste parce que j'ai vu comment le mur de Berlin s'est écroulé. Ce n'était pas avec les chars, ce n'était pas avec les bombes de l'armée de l'air. C'est parce que les simples citoyens s'étaient révoltés par l'existence de ce mur. Ils ont commencé à congréguer autour du mur et ils ont commencé à faire descendre ce mur avec les mains, leurs pauvres mains. C'est ce qui était inimaginable avant que cela n'arrive. Donc, pour dire que l'histoire nous apprend que chaque dictature, chaque régime autocratique donne toujours l'apparence d'être fort jusqu'au jour où ce régime tombe. Ils peuvent apparaître comme des éléphants, mais ils ont des pieds très agiles. Et c'est à nous de concevoir des stratégies adaptées qui nous donnent l'opportunité de valoriser au maximum les atouts que nous pouvons apporter dans ce combat. Donc, je pars d'ici aujourd'hui très motivé par cette coïncidence arrangée. Ce n'était pas tellement une coïncidence, mais cette coïncidence arrangée qui nous a permis d'écouter la voix du président élu Issa Chiroma lui-même en personne, par l'expertise et la motivation qui a été partagée par les participants et les panélistes, les co-panélistes, et par les idées qui émergent d'ici qui nous permettront dans les jours à venir de continuer à œuvrer pour qu'un meilleur Cameroun puisse apparaître. Et sur ça, j'aimerais proposer une motion pour que Rebecca nous échauffe encore avec son dynamisme et sa confiance avant qu'on ne clore les débats. Vraiment, merci pour toute l'équipe de Project C, Eric pour son leadership, sa ténacité, et toute l'équipe pour le soutien, et mes co-panélistes aussi, et les participants pour cette participation. Vraiment, il faut tenir bon. On va réussir. Ils ne peuvent pas, avec le mensonge, avec la méchanceté qu'ils ont envers leur propre pays, envers leurs propres concitoyens. Ils ne pourront pas réussir. Ça ne va pas durer longtemps. J'espère que le moment venu, on saura en faire davantage et on saura en tirer profit pour que notre pays puisse vraiment renaître et se reconstruire. Je vous remercie et au plaisir de vous retrouver d'ici peu.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Merci, Chris. Est-ce que Christophe, est-ce qu'on peut le supplier? On voudrait l'avoir encore. On a 1 heure de retard. On voudrait repasser certainement la parole à Judith parce qu'on a 1 heure de retard. On voudrait réorganiser un peu rapidement les choses. Mais est-ce que Christophe, on pourrait le solliciter un peu, pas régulièrement, bien sûr, mais au moins une fois de temps en temps?
Oui, je suis disponible. Sinon, Eric va encore me tirer les oreilles et il va dire à tout le monde qu'il ne me voit pas.
D'accord.
On est des voisins.
OK. Merci beaucoup, Chris. Et la même question va bien sûr à Achille.
Merci, Herman.
C'est pas fini encore. Judith va certainement nous aider à savoir comment on va recentrer parce qu'on n'attendait vraiment pas l'engouement. C'est vrai, il faut dire que l'engouement va au-delà de ce qu'on attendait. Donc, c'était juste pour prier nos panélistes et nos invités d'être un peu plus disponibles avec nous pour le futur.
Merci, Herman. On le fera. Pour la patrie, on le fera. Merci.
Thank you, Herman. So we're getting close to when we want to wrap this up, 1:30. I know there are many questions on the line. This conversation is going to continue. Put your questions on the chat. We will follow up with those questions. Judith is just going to take it on right now. We have Rebecca who is going to give us 3 last pointers. And then we have some other activities that need to be, Mimi Mefo is going to give us some news. And then Eric, Array, and Elizabeth, Judith can coordinate all of that at the end. I want to thank you all so much. I'm very grateful. Unfortunately, I have to jump on the train right now before my husband kills me. So thank you all so much. I am truly grateful and I'll be listening. Thank you. Judith, take it on. Rebecca, thanks. Your pointers, please. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Nagella. Over to Rebecca. I'm not going to say much. Your own 3 pointers.
Okay. All right. So, oops. I didn't want to be full scared. Can we fix this? All right. So, 3 pointers. The first thing I would say as the diaspora, we need to be very humble. Sometimes I think that the diaspora estimates its understanding of what's happening on the ground. I think that sometimes, especially because we're looking and we're getting bits of information, we don't always know what is really happening on the ground. Sometimes I speak with people who are in the diaspora and I'm surprised at how little they know about the daily operation, like living in Cameroon. Visiting Cameroon and living in Cameroon are 2 different worlds. So show some humility. And that I would say that would be the first thing. And then the three things, as I pointed out earlier, is we have this, like that collective intelligence. Let's use it to provide solutions. You know, a lot of times we see messages from the diaspora that are, oh, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. You is who? We all are in this together. So it's not some magical team sitting somewhere that's going to be able to carry out these actions that we all know are necessary. It's all of us. We are. So no longer you need to do. No, we need to do. And so really change and remember that we have to be part of the solution. And you know, this sometimes we spend time complaining about, oh, this is wrong, this is wrong. Just a reminder that we have to be part of the solution. And so if we raise an issue, let's bring a proposed solution to it. And those solutions have to be, and they've been spoken about widely, so I'm not going to expand on them. But the diplomacy, yes, we have fewer financial resources, but we have the fact that we have the people with us. In other words, when we go and speak to the international community, we have legitimacy. We have legitimacy, and that you can't buy. You can't buy that. You can't buy that support that the population showed. The second thing is supporting actions that are happening on the ground. When we see something that is organic, may seem organic, maybe it's not, but let's support it. You know, not asking, you know, I like, okay, and we're not paying for people to act. I think that I've seen this, and I saw this, for instance, in some of the actions where some folks that were online were trying to raise money for people that were on the ground, and people almost wanted like a receipt, like not a receipt, like they're paying them to act. You're not going to be able to buy or pay for people to act. People are acting on the ground because they want to. What you can do is show your support, saying, hey, I support you as a trucker. I know that, you know, going on this strike, you are sacrificing, and I'm not paying you to go and strike, but I'm supporting you financially. And so when there are calls for these fundraisings, it's really important. Project C has put in a list of the things and the ways you can support the movement. But of course, the money is needed. You know, all of these people who are prisoners, they need legal support, they need food, they need, and so all of that has a cost. And so there are ways for you to participate very actively. It's you know, the money issue is a huge issue, and put your money where your mouth is what we always see. And this is a way to do it. So really, those are the suggestions that I have. I think that everybody has said so many things that I don't want to repeat, but those are the different things that I would do differently than in addition to those things that have been brought up by the others. And I think that Achille's point of working with the end in mind. You know, I think it's not just a practical issue of saying, okay, this is our roadmap. This is how we will govern. This is how the government will look at, but it's also inspirational because it gives people something to look forward to. It's like, we know that there can be a different Cameroon. Un autre Cameroun est possible. Il est possible et il est à la portée de la main. À quoi ressemble ce Cameroun? So that I think it's not just a practical thing of this is what happens when we come to power. It's also an inspirational thing, and it gives some people motivation to keep fighting because they know what they're fighting for. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Hope people can hear me. I think there was a bit of technical issues. People got dropped off for some reason. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yes. I don't know what happened, but I think a few people were dropped off for some reason. I don't know. But thank you so much, Becky. Thanks for that. So what we are going to do now, we are really short on time, and people have been here for 3 hours. So what we are quickly going to do, some surveys have gone out. Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we have about 5 surveys that have gone out. Maybe you need to resend, but please take those surveys. We are going to have a bit of a pause where we will have news updates from Mimi. I think, Are, you're running that show. Once we do that, we'll come back and talk about the survey results. And just, I don't want us to stay to start hitting the 3-4 hour mark. I think it's a bit too much, but it's been a brilliant discussion. So what we'll do, Are, are you ready?
Oh, this is just an interlude, and it's the partnership that we have with Mimi Mefo to just every week have a summary of everything that's been happening in Cameroon. So just relax. It's going to be a short break, but it'll be a really good update on what's happening in Cameroon. And I think
I'm ready.
You run that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and share that. And just so you know, it's only about 10 minutes, and it's all of the recent happenings in Cameroon. Let's put that on. Oops.
Hello, everyone. These are some of the stories that caught my eye this week. And this is not because they made headlines, but because they say something important about the role of Cameroonians at home and the diaspora in shaping the future of the nation. Greetings, everyone. This week, as I was looking through the news and news stories published by MMI News, from Gidado to Yaoundé to Washington, Caracas, and Kampala, one question kept coming to me. What role does the Cameroonian diaspora play in nation building when home is unstable and the world is becoming increasingly hostile to migrants? Whether you live in Bamenda or Berlin, Douala or Dallas, what happens in Cameroon follows you no matter how far we go as people in the diaspora. Home remains home. These are some of the 5 stories that stayed with me. Let's begin in Gidado, in Cameroon's northwest region. What happened there has been so devastating. For those who do not follow what happened, here is the recap. At least 14 innocent innocent civilians were massacred, consisting mainly of women and children. So the massacre took place on Wednesday, the 14th of January, 2026 at about 5:30 a.m. Every source that we spoke to pointed to Ambazonia separatist fighters as the perpetrators, and they have not denied it. Some of them came even online to justify the killings. These victims were not soldiers, they were not politicians, and they were not combatants. Some were babies as young as 2. They were ordinary people. They were people that every side claims to be fighting for. And this is where the diaspora comes in, because every time that civilians are killed like this, Cameroonians are brought, they feel the pain, they feel the impact, they feel the devastation. People in the diaspora, for instance, they do not just read the headlines, they receive calls, they see the pictures, they see the videos. And sometimes they even raise money, not for development, but for barriers. In phone calls, that go unanswered, in names that suddenly appear on WhatsApp status tributes, in a fundraising appeals for barriers instead of schools. Cameroon's diaspora lives every tragic reality thanks to social media and technology, thanks to constant reporting by independent media that exist across the national territory. But one thing also, everyone in Cameroon and in the diaspora knows is that nation building cannot happen on the graves of civilians. I was interviewing the president of Mboskoda Center region a couple of days ago, and he was asking that people in the diaspora should play a role to help end the violence in the Anglophone regions. The reason is simple. The regime in place does not care and will not do anything about it because it benefits them. But for most of the diaspora, the return of peace and justice is something that they are really craving for every day. While a few are busy funding conflicts with guns, The question they need to ask themselves is how they sleep night knowing that they turned their communities into graveyards and killed young women, killed young children. No political cause, no grievance, no slogans can justify the level of brutality that we have seen from Gabu to Kumba, to Manfi, Bamenda, and now Gidado. I mean, the whole Anglophone regions of the country. So if the struggle claims to be out or to be about dignity, the dignity must start with protecting lives. If it's about, fighting the separatists who have also, been perpetrating atrocities in Anglophone regions of Cameroon, fighting the separatists by the soldiers as they were put it by the government, it should be about human dignity and protecting lives and human rights. Now, the second story that caught my eye is that Issa Shiroma Bakari this week announced through his spokesperson that his party, the Front pour le Salut National du Cameroun, the FSNC party, will not participate in the upcoming municipal and legislative elections. And that is not a small decision. Shiroma also used the moment to categorically deny claims that he is negotiating with the regime of Kobia, insisting that he will never betray the confidence of Cameroonian people who voted for him. So why is this story important for the Cameroonian diaspora? Because Cameroonians abroad are not just remittance machines. They are voters who massively voted for Issa Shiroma Bakari, same as millions of Cameroonians who are at home. They follow these political signals very closely. When political opposition leaders boycott elections, it sends a very strong message, not just to Yaoundé, but to Cameroonians in London, in Johannesburg, Toronto, Berlin, that the political system may no longer be worth investing hope in. And when hope collapses, people disengage, or worse, they radicalize. Nation building requires trust, and trust, once broken, is very hard to rebuild. I know many people like me are wondering if this is the right decision. I have seen people making references to Nijon Fundi in the 90s and Professor Maurice Kamto's boycott and how they have only empowered the ruling CPDM that is in place. So many are wondering if Issa Shiroma Bakari should go for the election. But the question is, will the regime even allow his party, given that they already started arresting many of his party members after the stolen election of October 2025? A lot of people are still behind bars. Many people have been killed, and the government has never apologized for the killings. In fact, they called for investigations, and we don't know where they are at the moment. Now, let's talk about the diaspora directly. This week, the Trump administration announced the suspension of certain immigration visas for nationals of 75 countries, including Cameroon. Let me clarify that this is not about tourists or students. It's about long-term migration, family reunification, and permanent settlement. But talking of permanent settlement, we cannot ignore the troubling case of Lokong, detained by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. He is a green card holder and has been living in the USA for more than 20 years. While he had a criminal record, his crimes were not cross-border or directly linked to immigration. For many Cameroonians abroad, this hit a nerve because no matter how long you have lived overseas, moments like this remind you of a hard truth. You're always one policy change away from uncertainty. A Native American can commit any crime and simply serve their sentence. But if you are a foreigner, even when you have permanent residence or a passport, this can always be taken away. And this is why the diaspora cannot afford to detach from Cameroon. Also, we see anti-immigrant sentiments rising globally. Doors are narrowing, and increasingly Cameroonians abroad are realizing that home remains home. Flawed, yes, painful, of course, but ultimately they are our home. It is our home. And that is why diaspora voices matter, not just when they send money, but in ideas, in advocacy, and accountability, holding the power back home to account. Now, a foreign news report where I choose to return to is Venezuela, where the opposition leader Maria Corina Machado made global headlines by offering to share her Nobel Peace Prize with Donald Trump in exchange for political support to help her cause. It's controversial. Some see desperation, others see strategy. But contrasts that with Cameroon. Here, Achille Mbembe is publicly rejecting any suggestion of backdoor dealings with the regime, insisting on political integrity and loyalty to voters. Two opposition figures, two countries, two very different approaches to legitimacy. One insists that legitimacy can only come from the people who voted him, while another is ready to ask a foreign leader for help to get in power. For the diaspora, this contrast really matters because when domestic legitimacy collapses, leaders start shopping for validation, especially abroad. And that is a dangerous place for any country to be. Nation building must be rooted at home, even when support comes from abroad. We clearly can see that some political leaders will do anything to get to power, even if it means causing up to a man who just violated the territorial integrity, disrespected the office of the president, and treats their country like an extension of the United States of America. So this matters to me because as much as we want change in Cameroon, it should not come from a politician who is willing to sell the country to get power. For that reason, we can doff our hats to Achille Mbembe for refusing to compromise on his values at this point. If he gets in through the back door, it defeats the power of the millions of voices across Cameroon and the diaspora who overwhelmingly voted for him. And finally, let's go to Uganda, where the elections have been heating up. An 81-year-old Yoweri Museveni is already poised for a seventh term after preliminary results show him winner. So far, we are waiting in the next coming hours, or even before this record goes out, he will be declared winner of the presidential election. There are intimidations of opposition throughout the campaign. There was throughout the campaign, and there are still reports of more. Even the opposition leader, Bobby Wine himself, has said that he was being targeted at his home. There was internet shutdown and the environment has been tense, much like what we saw and continue to see in Cameroon. But here is the key difference. Uganda's Electoral Commission released the results district by district in real time. Civil society and the media were able to tabulate over 21 million votes were declared within 48 hours. In Cameroon, just 8 million votes take nearly 2 weeks. And those who tried to publish the results, they were threatened. Some fled, some were jailed, and some were even killed. For Cameroonians in the diaspora, this comparison is very painful because it shows that Africa is not the problem. The institutions are. And when institutions fail, people leave. When people leave, the diaspora grows. But when the diaspora disengages, the nation weakens. These stories caught my eye this week because they all point to one truth. Cameroonians abroad cannot build another country forever. At some point, the question of home returns. Nation building is not just the job of those inside Cameroon or those outside. It requires honesty, accountability, and courage from both. And until that happens, the headlines will keep repeating themselves in different towns, different countries, but with the same pain, agony, feelings that we continue to have. And that is what stood out for me this week. See you again next week for another news roundup. Thank you so much for watching, and goodbye.
Oh, magnifique.
Thank you for that news roundup, Mimi. Very relevant to the conversations that we're having here today. The diaspora has a significant role to play. I will turn this back to you, Judith, for the of the here.
Thanks, Harry. Thank you so much. So what we are going to do now is try to look at the surveys and see how much response we have. If not, we will just make sure that those links stay live for people to take the survey. So Mike, I don't know if you can share a screen, if there is anything to be seen. I know people have been here for 3 hours, so if there is not much response, that's fine as well. I don't want it to become a reason for...
Right, I think...
Yeah, I was just going to suggest I looked at the results. We don't have a lot of participation on all the questions. So the full list of surveys has been shared. Just encourage everyone to keep, make sure you fill every one of them. It's just, maybe 2 questions per survey, and we can look at the results at the end. So,
okay, so
right,
please, yes, thanks. So please continue to fill those surveys. And the hope is, I think Herman raised that already. Our plea with our panelists on here is that we will continue this conversation. There are lots of questions that have been put online. Unfortunately, because of crunch of time, I've been having text messages from some of the panelists. They need to drop off. So my proposal is this: we will take those questions. The next Zoom call will be to tackle the questions. So we will make sure that those questions are put out to the panelists. So please put your questions in the comment section. This is important, so that the question is answered at the next Zoom call by the panelists. My plea to the panelists is, some of you have said it online, everybody is listening. You will be with us. You have joined this officially. You will be with us. We're expecting you on the next Zoom calls. Pressure, yes, pressure. So we're expecting you on the next Zoom calls to answer the questions that people have listened to you today, because today really was the first time for a lot of people, including myself, to listen to you all. So we will take those questions and make sure that they're answered in the next session. What I'm going to ask here is Herman and I don't know if Jean-Bruno is still on. Is Jean-Bruno still on?
Jean-Bruno, est-ce que tu es encore là? Je sais qu'il a été éjecté. Hein? OK, oui, il est là, il répond, il est là.
OK, mais je dois lui monter. I'll try to unmute you.
Yeah. Yes, it's okay.
Okay.
All right. Yes, Jean-Bruno, if you wanted to give some last comments or questions to the panelists, it's your turn.
It's okay for me. J'avais une autre question à poser, c'était à Christopher Fomunyoh, mais je pense que dans sa dernière intervention, il a évoqué les aspects que je souhaitais mettre sur la table avec lui. Donc, je pense que pour le moment, ça va.
OK. Bon, merci. Herman?
Yeah. Oui, juste une question qui est revenue dans les commentaires à l'endroit du professeur Achille Mbembe. Je vais essayer de lire la question pour ne pas édulcorer un peu l'esprit de celui qui l'a posé. Given your noted access to French President Emmanuel Macron, could you share insight into his position regarding Paul Biya, who is 93 years old, continues his lengthy tenure? Moreover, does there appear any reflection on regret within the current French administration regarding the last impact of its history policy in Africa? Achille, that was the question.
Prof. Achille Taylor. He might have dropped off.
Yeah, maybe he was.
Prof. Mbembe Taylor, are you there? Okay, that would be a question to be packed for, because he's one of those who had on that.
We will come back on that question maybe later. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Judith.
Okay. Yes. So last word, let's hear from Ben, and then Rebecca, and then Ben, Rebecca, Bernard, Armelle, and then we'll hand over back to Eric. Ben?
Yeah, I like to encourage the diaspora to step up because these are not normal times. These are very serious times. They are very difficult times. There are times like that in the life of a nation where the people, those who are on the ground, need help. And I believe that that help must be on the way. We may not agree on the strategy. We may never agree on the strategy, But there are facts. Some things are known, other things are hoped for. So I personally think that it's not possible for the people of Cameroon to keep going like this. The people of Cameroon cried. They have cried a lot. They have done a lot to push Mr. Biya and his regime aside. They've done everything that could be expected of the Cameroonian people. You know, some of them even died on the ground in October and November. And so, as far as I'm concerned, I believe that the Cameroonian people did everything that was expected from them. I also believe that it's now the responsibility of the Cameroonian diaspora to help the people in Cameroon. That's a historic responsibility. And I believe that we need to take that seriously. I think we've talked a lot, and that now is the time for action. That's the reason why we have decided to do what's going to be done. We will do everything in our power to make sure that Mr. Biya's regime is down, and this regime will go down. We will put this regime down, and Mr. Chiroma, who's been elected, he was elected president of Cameroon, is going to have the opportunity to lead the country. Because truth must be said, we cannot continue to tolerate a system where the winner is always frustrated. It happened in 92. It happened in 2018. It just happened in 2025. So we think that the time for conversation is over. We've requested to meet a number of people. And depending on that conversation, we will do what needs to be done. And so I want to tell Cameroonians that help is on the way. We may not be in our strongest position, but we will make sure that Mr. Chiroma has the opportunity to exercise his job as president of Cameroon. And so that's coming very soon. Thank you for having me here, and may God bless you.
Thank you.
God bless you too.
Merci. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we are going to round up with Rebecca, and then once we round up with Rebecca, then we'll go to Eric, who can give us a closure. So Rebecca?
Wow, thank you so much. This has been an incredible conversation. Il faut qu'on continue. I think we need some more French in here. So, il faudrait vraiment qu'on continue ces conversations avec la population. Et j'ai apprécié le fait qu'on a quand même pris des questions qui venaient des personnes qui nous suivent sur les réseaux sociaux. Je veux d'abord dire, ne soyons pas découragés et ne décourageons pas les autres. Chaque action, il y a des personnes, on n'a pas besoin que 100% de la population soit avec nous. On n'a pas besoin que 80% de la population agisse. On a quand même besoin que les 20% qui sont en train d'agir soient encouragés et soient soutenus. Et donc, ne soyons pas découragés, on va y arriver. I just want to repeat that over and over again. J'ai été là de 92, j'étais impliquée. En 2018, j'étais au Cameroun. J'ai été au Cameroun pendant toute cette période-là et j'ai observé. Et je vous dis et je vous promets que j'ai suivi les élections en direct sur le territoire. Ce sentiment, je ne l'ai jamais vu. Je ne l'ai jamais vu. Moi, j'ai commencé dans le mouvement pour la démocratie et les droits de l'homme au Cameroun en 1988. 88, je suis sûre que la plupart des gens qui suivent cette émission n'étaient même pas encore nés. J'ai commencé le combat en 88 et je vous dis, je vous promets que je ne me suis jamais sentie aussi confiante qu'on est à la fin. Et je vous en supplie, la première chose, ne vous découragez pas et ne découragez pas les autres. Si vous, pour des raisons, vous n'avez pas le courage, vous n'avez pas les moyens, vous ne pouvez pas agir, encouragez ceux qui le font. Ne les découragez pas. Je pense que c'est vraiment, vraiment important. Et nous qui sommes, en fait, les gens, moi, je suis à la diaspora temporairement, ceux qui sont à l'étranger, encouragez les gens qui sont sur le territoire. Ne soyez pas là à leur faire des leçons de morale. Oh, il faut aller marcher, il faut aller. Non, c'est pas tout le monde qui fait partie d'un mouvement. And that's okay. C'est comme ça, la vie est comme ça. Mais encouragez les gens qui le font. Et ne découragez pas les gens qui parce qu'ils ne font pas exactement la manière dont vous voulez que ce soit fait. Donc, tout ce que je veux dire, c'est que les Camerounais, ayez confiance en vous-même. Ayez confiance en vous-même. Moi, je me souviens quand j'ai fait ma vidéo pour annoncer mon soutien au candidat Chiroma. Et je veux vous dire que c'était une période où j'ai été attaquée comme je n'ai jamais été attaquée de ma vie. Et j'ai dit quelque chose dans cette vidéo. J'ai dit, je préfère y croire et avoir tort que ne pas y croire et avoir raison. Et je le répète aujourd'hui. Croyons, là, je préfère qu'on y croit et qu'on ait tort plutôt qu'on s'assoit pour dire que non, c'est fini, on va jamais y arriver. On a toujours dit impossible n'est pas camerounais. Donc, toutes les personnes qui disent qu'il n'est pas possible d'enlever ce régime, je vous dis non, parce qu'on nous a aussi dit qu'on ne pouvait pas gagner les élections et on l'a fait. Maintenant, il faut qu'on arrive à prendre le pouvoir. On nous dit que c'est impossible. Et je vous assure qu'on va y arriver. Merci beaucoup. And thank you so much to Project C for putting this together. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Rebecca. And I really, really want to repeat the bit you said about do not discourage others. If you're one of those who says, we can't do anything, nothing can change, please do not discourage the people who think they can do something. So let's make sure that we are doing something. If we are not, let the others who can do what they need to do. So on that note, as part of the diaspora discussion, I think we've had a good discussion here. I'm asking again, please put your questions in the comments. And even after this call, send your comments, your questions to Project C. We've put the link of how to join Project C, or any one of us here. You can send your questions and your comments so that carries on to the next conversation when we come back. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to our moderators. Thank you to Eli, Are, and Eric, who have been holding this every week, and we just jumped in this week to ride on their backs, and the rest of the Project C team in the background. So on that note, I will say goodbye. Thank you. See you on the next chat. We will be coming back for sure, and make sure that we answer your questions. So I'll hand it over back to Eli, Are, and Eric. And thank you. Thanks to everybody who came here today.
Thank you. So sorry, Judith. Please, can we try again to see if Professor Achille can stay?
Oh, if he came back, yes.
Yes, if he's listening to us.
He's back, yeah. Achille, Professor Achille, est-ce que tu es là? Oh. Voilà, merci.
Super. Judith, can I ask the question, or is it just to him to say
there was a big question for you online.
I don't have much else to say. I learned so much tonight. Just as Chris was telling us early on, I I got really reinvigorated. I knew that our people are who they are. I knew their tremendous quality and their determination, which is unfortunately wasted by our current government. I learned so much. I would love to keep listening. I would like to thank you all. Thank the team that is on the ground. There are a lot of us here in South Africa where I live. We would be absolutely delighted to be part of the project. I would like to thank Eric a lot for bringing us together. We know who he is. He has inspired many of us. I believe in our capacity to get over this tragic period of our history. So I thank you very much. I'm personally available. You can call on me at any time in the field where I have something to offer. Of course, I will be happy to do so. So thank you very much. And thank Rebecca, who energized us so well. And my co-panelists as well. Thank you very much.
Okay. Merci beaucoup, Achille. Judith, we will get the question because many people were asking a question. Achille, are you still here? Because there was a question, il y avait une question pour vous que beaucoup de personnes ont. Et je suis certain que si on prend 5 minutes de plus pour la poser, ils vont accepter d'attendre. Professeur Achille, est-ce que vous écoutez encore?
Oui.
S'il vous plaît.
Il faut répéter la question.
You want me to read it in English?
Oui,
okay.
la question,
So,
je suis là, j'ai quelques petits problèmes à entendre, donc je dois mettre mon téléphone tout près de mon oreille.
Oui, il y avait une question, c'est peut-être le mot de la fin, mais je vais essayer de garder la question telle qu'elle pour ne pas l'édulcorer, n'est-ce pas? Je vais me rassurer de la poser. Given your noted access to French President Emmanuel Macron, could you share insight into his position regarding Paul Biya, who is 93 years old and who continues to his lengthy tenure? Significantly, what is President Macron thinks about his relationship with Cameroon? Is there any regret France has regarding its historical policy in Cameroon, and what does he say in behind closed doors about Cameroon and this situation?
Oh my goodness. Look, I'll speak as frankly as I can. First of all, I'm not at all a spokesperson for President Macron. Second, many of you might not believe this. I have hardly had any discussion with him on Cameroon, except on one occasion. This was in relation to the setting up of a commission whose aim was to look into French responsibilities in the making of the regime that we have inherited after colonialism, because that's what it was all about. I have refrained from having any such discussion with him, which doesn't mean that if in a context of a collective effort, such as the one we are trying to frame around the Project C, if I'm mandated to say something to him while he's in power, because in any case, by next year he won't be in power, of course I will do that. But that's all I can say as far as the question itself is concerned. Macron believes that it's up to Africans to take care of themselves. He is taking care of his own people and the interests of his country. But if indeed we we show that we can take care of ourselves, we will be listened to. It's up to us.
OK. Merci. C'est sûr qu'on voudrait en entendre. C'est sûr qu'il y a beaucoup. On sent que les gens ne sont pas encore satisfaits, mais bon, prochaine opportunité. Peut-être.
Voilà.
Merci beaucoup pour votre promesse d'être avec nous. On ne manquera pas.
Merci beaucoup. Merci vraiment.
And thanks, Herman, for insisting on that. So, and thanks, Professor Mbembe, for answering the question. And like I said, and I'll keep reminding people, send your comments, send your questions for the next session so that they will have the time and space to answer those questions. On that note, thank you and Happy New Year to everybody. Hopefully this year has started on a good footing. So back to you, Eric, Are, and Elizabeth.
Okay, I know Eric is going to be on, and Are, we're looking for Are. Someone can put Are on. I didn't realize I was on, so Are can be on. Let me just start by saying Judith and Nagella, oh my goodness. So the first thing I was thinking is the diaspora has been called out directly and intentionally just by a spark in our conversation last week. And I think Nagella, who brought the angle of the diaspora out, and today we've had the most direct conversation with diaspora as we possibly can. And what is just, first of all, phenomenal is the showcase of what just a tiny fragment of what the diaspora is really what the panel represented here today. It was completely incredible. And, you know, Shiroma, who's been here, it's not the first time he's been on this call, not the second or third time, but actually showed up today in person and, you know, graced the call was even more amazing. So, you know, personally, I just want to say thank you, thank you. It was just, I was really happy to be in the background and be able to do a lot more than I usually on Saturday morning. I love the break. But let me go ahead and say, for those of you who I know there's way more double who have great ideas and who see yourselves here, that what Project C is doing is exactly what we see today. Today, to me, has been so amazing because this is what I hoped and pray for, that every week we probably can change and have these invigorating conversations. For until we get to doing that, we have not owned our space, we have not taken our power, and we're not ready for our country, and we'll continue going to be pointing fingers. So Becky, I want to thank you. I just can't call the names of every one of you honored guests on the panel who were here, and I know you're going to be back, and I know we're going to have more, but I just want to say that this was our turning point, January of 2026 for the diaspora, as Shiroma gets ready to go back to Cameroon, where he belongs, and be the rightful president. So having said that, I'm going to pass it on to Are, and then I know, Eric, you will be closing.
Yes, thank you very much, Elizabeth. Like everybody else, I would say thank you to this wonderful, wonderful panel discussion that we've had today. And I just want to, I'll probably say this in French, which I'm sure will be surprising for everybody. Et pourtant, et pourtant, et pourtant. And yet, and yet, and yet, if we just look at just the amazing potential that the Cameroonian diaspora has, you'd ask why. I spent last night trying to do a dashboard of the financial resources that we raised prior to the elections, and it was minimal, and yet did so much damage to the regime. And you can imagine if there are just thousands of us coming together, putting aside all the things that have divided us, all the labels that we wear, keeping aside all our ego and putting forward what unites us the most, our common interest for a country that prospers. That wherever you've traveled across the world, whatever you've accomplished, deep down each one of us, there is something missing. The pride of coming from a country that we are really, truly proud of. And too often we think that the realization of that dream is destined or left in the hands of others. And so for 50 years, we've left that in the hands of others. And as I have traveled and had conversations with friends across the world, it's always been about what is wrong with Cameroon. And yet, we are the ones that could make it right. And I think today has offered a window into what is possible, what can be possible when we get together and try to visualize the kind of future that we all aspire for. So I ask everyone that has been part of this conversation today, let this not be a pass-through. Let this not be an accident. Let this be an intentional participation in building something that 1 year from now we can really look back. Let me say 1 year from now, 3 months from now, we can stand up and point to tangible achievements that we have made. There's a reminder that we need to plan for the tomorrow that's going to come by investing in today. We have to be prepared for what comes next. It largely depends on each one of us just putting in very little, giving very little to get to where we should be. The links have gone, I put the links. We have a channel, a WhatsApp channel you can follow us on. We have a website, projectcameroon.com, that you can go to. You can make donations to support this movement, but much more than your donations. Yes, we really need your donations, but much more than your donations is your involvement. You're being part of this story that's being written of the Cameroon that we want. I will end with those words, and yet. And I'll turn this over to Eric for a closing.
Thanks a lot, Ari. Just take a minute. I know
Eric, I'm so sorry because we're listening to you last, but right before you come on, I just think we really need to talk money directly. So we're going to have Kenny just for 1 minute, and then we're going to hand over to you and then shut it down. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you all. I think this has been a very spirited conversation. And I'm just going to start by a couple of things. First of all, projectcameroon.com. Make sure you have your phones open, your computers open, and your wallets out and ready to contribute. Right? Zelle 6366751766. Your PayPal, your Cash App. Guys, if you have never been excited about anything before, I'm sure today has got you excited. Because one thing is very clear, guys. We are in a war. We are in a war. But the subsection of what you saw today is a subsection of the diaspora. I'm telling you, super impressive. Super impressive. And if we have to pick sides to fight a war against the gang that we call the Biya regime, I tell you, we have that war already won. But we cannot win that war without your participation, your contributions financially. 4 million diasporans. Guys, I already mentioned this a little bit earlier. We started this journey a couple of months ago. What we have raised is very minimal. Minimal. And I think the number we have is like $73,000. Diasporans, that this war belongs to us. $73,000 is what I hear. Come on, guys. Come on. Open your wallets. Get your credit cards out. I'll repeat again. projectcameroon.com. Get ready. Let's go. Right? Zelle 6366751766. PayPal, Cash App. Don't get off this call today without giving us some money. Hey, let me stop. not giving us, giving you some money, because this money is meant to get you what you deserve. It's meant to reclaim what belongs to you, my friends, my brothers, my sisters. We can sit here and talk about other countries, but I think the message is loud and clear. This is our fight. France ain't gonna win for us. Trump doesn't give a shit. He even called us shithole countries. Okay, guys, listen. He called us shithole countries. He doesn't give a damn about us. America had one lady killed in Minneapolis, and the streets were flooded. We've had people killed in Cameroon. We have tons of people in jail. Cannot even afford food, cannot afford defense. And here we are, 4 million diasporan, and we can only raise $73,000 in the. Don't get off this call. I'm asking you, please, get up, get your wallets out, okay? If you want to be impressed about something, this panel today is enough to impress you. It's enough to impress you. This panel, I'm telling you, I'm not going to dignify Bia's gang, because truly, I will go to war any day with the people that we heard today, and the potential of a lot more that we have. Guys, we have a lot in the bank. This is a short war and a long war, but it starts today. It starts today with what you are willing to contribute. It's a big fight. It's a big war. All options are on the table, guys. You've heard it today. Everybody talked about the different options that we want to use. All options are on the table, but ideas are ideas until we do something with it. Those ideas remain great ideas until there's action behind it. Those actions cost money. What you saw today, the brilliance of what you saw today, took a lot of work in the background, and it cost money. The news you heard today cost money. The platforms on which we have to scream on cost money. There are people in jail that need legal fight, cost money. The education to retrain our people of this psychological mindset that we've had the Bia regime messed them up. Guys, we are messed up people. And it's going
to... Kenny, you're muted. Yeah, you're muted. Okay.
Have I been muted the whole time?
No.
No.
Okay. That better not be the case. But anyhow, what I'm saying is that, guys, we're fighting an unconventional war. This war requires unconventional approach. All options are on the table. We are fighting a messed up regime. They are scared. We had our elected president step up and spoke to us today. If that doesn't fire you up, I don't know what will. But I'm telling you guys, get fired up, because this war is about to be won. And you don't want to end up on the wrong side when this thing is won. Make your voices heard. Get into your wallets. Give us the money that we need to fight this fight. Project C plays a very integral role, but this role does not come cheap. Somebody has to finance it. All of us here are contributing and sacrificing our time, right? But the diaspora, you have been called to the table, guys. Answer. Show us where you are. Show us who you are. You don't have to fight by being on ground zero, because if everybody's on ground zero, we might not win the war. We need different tactics to fight this war. Amen. So please, $20 before you leave today. It's minimal. People are hearing and listening to us everywhere you are. We need your money. We need your money, because your money is going to be what is going to keep this conversation up next week. Without your money, we're not here next week. Without your money, we cannot sustain this thing long term. It requires your money, guys. You've heard about other African countries. The diasporas have gotten together to change their countries. We're calling on you, and you are on the clock, guys. Time is ticking. It's a long war. It's a short war. We need your money, and don't get off the phone today without reaching in your pocket and giving us the little bit that you can, because not everybody can get on the platform and talk. Not everybody can be on the ground and fight. But the little you can do, I know for sure you can get into your pocket and give some money. And that money will go a long, 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 long way, because we all need to reclaim what belongs to us. If you're not repulsed by what the Bia regime is doing, the Bia family, guys, it's a few people we're looking to fight. And we need to get rid of these people. Choose sites. Our site is here, the people that spoke today and the many more that are out there. We are proud of who we are as a people. Let's show that pride in our pocket. It's not just talk, guys. Let's stop talking. Let's act. We need your money. We need your money. We need your money. Money, money, money. I'll repeat again one more time if I get off the phone. Right? ProjectCameroon.com. Slowly. ProjectCameroon.com. Open your computers. Open your phone. Give us your money. It's your money that is going to go to serve your purpose. Zelle 6366751766. Cash App, your credit card. It's not that difficult, guys. Give us some money. This fight is on. You are on. We're going to win this fight. I guarantee you this. Chiruma came on here to bless us. Let's take that blessing and run with it. We shall win this fight. Whether you like it or not, just make sure that when we win, you're on the right side of the fight. We need your money. We need your voice. Don't get off this phone without giving us some money. It's your money for your fight.
Thanks, Kenny. And all the links are on the chat, by the way. The links are on the chat, copy and paste. It's also going to be on the Project C WhatsApp group. If you're not a member yet, this is where you can get current information. This is where you can contact some of the admins you met today so that you can put your suggestion in and you can be on the call. And you can...
muted.
Excuse me? Yes, Annette, go ahead. Annette, can't hear you. Okay.
I think she said you were muted. You need to unmute as well.
Oh, okay.
No, we could hear you just fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we got it. I'm just saying, guys, we're so excited. You know, today was different. I just say it's a turn. It's a turn around the corner. And I am just so excited because this is what this is about. It's not a person. It is faceless because it is the faces of Cameroonian people. And we really saw that today. And my prayer is that it really continues because there's so much that we have. You know, a country with diamond, uranium, gold. And if people are made from the earth, then we are that. We are those treasures. So I am just elated, very excited. And I just know that through Project C, and I'm sure many great organizations, you know, Cameroon will have its future, the one that it deserves. So Eric, we're going to have you close. We're going to get out of here. We're going to have you close. And we'll see you next week. And you know, next week is going to be more invigorating. You never know. Shiroma might be here. But next week is going to be great because we're going to answer all those questions. This is a communication, and this is a meeting, is a fireplace conversation for the diasporans. Yes. All right. Eric, thank you.
Oh, great. I was trying to unmute and I thought, Elizabeth, you were doing it. Well, you know, just took 1 minute to say thank you all. Thanks everybody who's been with us for, my goodness, 4+ hours, 4 hours, 20 minutes, which is incredibly long. But I think I enjoyed every minute of it, and I hope you did. And I think we must continue this conversation next week. We'll see what Judith and Nagella and the rest of us think. But I hope we can continue it. I want to, you know, I plan to thank a lot of people, but I don't think I should do that because there are too many names. I want to just say 3 things I want us to retain. One is we'll try to get Bobby Wine of Uganda next week. If, you know, I think it'll be interesting for Bobby to come talk to us about his experience. He's the other candidate that Museveni is fighting or was fighting in Uganda, but he has, you know, it's a young man who has a lot of very interesting thoughts. So we'll try to get him in for a few minutes next week. I think we should not forget the fact that the Catholic Church has still not issued its results of the elections. And even if it takes a year for them to do it, let's keep pushing them on it. I hope we do. Third thing I want to talk about is the ground action. Project C has amazing ground action with Wilson. I don't know if I should mention his name, but I have. We have great ground action. We want to find out more about that and support it. Our ground, I think it's the one thing, if we need support for, you know, financial support, I've never known how to ask for money. I should, you know, or I get blamed for not knowing how to ask for money. But if there's one thing we need money for, it is that ground action. and a lot is happening there. We'll maybe expand as best we can next week. And I want to say that we will continue this discussion next week. Thanks to everybody. I was just so pleased to have Achille here, have Chris, have Ben, have Rebecca, have Mimi, of course, Armelle, Jean-Bruno, whom I know, usually doesn't have a lot of time. There were some other people we didn't mention who could have also contributed to this. I know Michelle Ndoki was here. I know Judith Muta was here. Thank you all for coming. And next week we will hopefully get even more. Geraldine, so you were here. Dr. Wami was here. Dr. Chienku was here. Onganana and so on. Baudelaire, merci beaucoup. Ate Taku, you were here. Angeline Do, Samnik, Vivienne, Ayafo. Thank you all. And hopefully next week we'll see more of you. But we'll continue this discussion next week and have it even more intense, bringing some very interesting people too. And so have a good week. Thank you.
Excellent.